How are we doing, everybody? Welcome back to the Sean Atwood channel. I'm Ron Swanson. And by God, right, you know, you've had a day at work, right, where you walk into the office and you think you're on page like 4, right? But it turns out you're actually on page 19. Yeah. So the Diddy trial, we are here. We are here to start the coverage. We're going to just have a quick skim over the headlines from yesterday. And then we're going to start playing around with some new Discord functions as well. I'd quite like to get as many of you that have a say on the Diddy case who want to come and have your say whilst we're waiting on updates with the trial and all the rest of it. Please come and do so. I will get you guys a link, and I would like to see as many of you as possible. It would be kind of awesome. Now, give me 1 second. I've got a new screen layout, but I need to see. I'm still in this little box. I need to fix that. So give me a second. I'll pop over this side just now. There we go. All right. So this is obviously yesterday's news, but let's have a quick headline skim before we jump into all of this coverage. Uber, can you, and possibly, if anybody that's on the call-in server, can you jump into the waiting room? And I'm going to explain a few bits and bobs about how I want to get you, more of you, involved in this. And what I'd like to do is start like a Discord co-host set of rooms and then the call-in room, because I quite like when there's a Discord co-host. It works out quite well. So we're going to trial that, and yeah, the diddler on trial, baby. It's happening. It is happening. Right. So listen, let's crack on with this. Stay focused. Diddy's list of accomplices will be named and shamed as prosecutor warns he didn't act alone. Listen, I know we're only one sentence in, right? I know we're only one sentence in. Put a 1 in the side chat if you're blown away that this trial even made it to trial and they managed to keep this man safe in prison, because crazy. Okay, so hang on a second. Let me just do my job properly. 1 second, please, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, let's get angry lawyer pointing at charcoal Diddy. Yes. And then okay, here. All right, man. You're doing it wrong again. There you go. All right. Okay. So Sean Combs has been arrested in Manhattan Federal Court after a jury was finally selected. The disgraced music mogul's former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, will be among the trial's early witnessing, taking the stand Tuesday morning. During the opening statement, prosecutors outlined horrific claims against Diddy, saying he once forced a male escort to have a wee-wee in Cassie's mouth. Meanwhile, the defense argued that the rapper is guilty of other crimes, including DV, not just the SEX transportation and racketeering. Lawyers for the 3-time Grammy Award winner says prosecutors are wrongly trying to make a crime out of a party-loving lifestyle. Yeah. Listen. I love a bit of a party-loving lifestyle, okay? Don't have a wave of alleged children and survivors, all right, at my wake. Oh, man. Okay. Right. Meanwhile, the defense argued that lawyers for the 3-time Grammy Award winner and say prosecutors are wrongly trying to make a crime out of a party-loving lifestyle. Prosecutors say Combs coerced women into substance-fueled group SEX encounters and kept them in line through violence. Damn. All right, so first day of Diddy's trial wrap-up. I'm pretty sure I can show this, but Diddy's lawyer, Xavier Donaldson, will continue cross-examining Daniel Phillip on Tuesday morning. Star witness Cassie Ventura will then give evidence about the alleged abuse she suffered at her then boyfriend's hands and what she saw of him abusing others. Listen, if you get booted, right, and I just want to, even our other channels are getting booted. Sadly, yeah, Cassie is testifying today, I do believe. And if you guys can give me some likes and shares, I would really appreciate it. Now, there is a couple of other things I want to just read here. And I'm keeping an eye on Twitter and the live trial update. So we've got live trial updates from the BBC and from CNN. Now we've got Uber in here. I'm going to pull Uber into here. Yo, can you hear me, Uber?
I can hear you, mate. Yeah.
Right, nice. So hang on. Let me just, what I want to do is there should be a little thing. Chat box. So hang on a minute, everybody.
In your own time, Ron. It's all right.
Yeah, no, I was just looking for some. Right, well, look, listen. There's Paula as well. Paula. Let me send you a link as well. I have been offline, Paula, for about 6 days. Well, I've not been offline. I've just been trying to look at less things that are time-consuming pits and doing a lot of self-reflection. But I imagine, oh no, this is where my brain's at. I'm typing Paula M looking for WhatsApp. There we go. Paula. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can see. Yes, you've been messaging me. Yeah, I apologize. Yes, no, don't worry. Everything's good. Right. So, Uber, did you keep up to date with this yesterday? Did you see any of this yesterday? Are you coming in on day 2?
No, I've been on this Canada thing, mate. So
yeah, that's. Oh well, listen, Uber and I are gonna do a show either today or tomorrow, all about this case involving these kids, right?
Please, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, Ron's back now. All right, he's back. Not that he went anywhere. I just want to point out. Okay, so jurors. Okay. So jurors were shown the assault video. Now, this is one key piece of evidence that obviously Diddy did not want to be included in this. Well, here's the thing. He already went on the internet and admitted guilt about it, right? So,
yeah.
Well, all I'm saying is it would make sense. Ron, you could do the commentary like that surprise witness does. Do the commentary when you say do the commentary, what do you mean do the commentary?
On the court case.
On the court case. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm keeping an eye on the live updates. I've got a couple of Twitter accounts up. Ron's new to live reporting. Okay, so Sky Spirit, do you want to come and join us on the panel as well if you want to direct me to some places?
Yes.
Come and join us.
Outstanding.
Come and join us. Yeah, I mean, I've got the live updates. I think I'm doing okay. Okay, the court's not open for 4 minutes. Okay, everyone relax. Okay, everyone talking like Ron's looking in the wrong place for the new stuff. Nothing started yet. We've got 4 minutes.
If it's anything like the British courts, it'll be another 3 hours before
right. No, they're pretty punctual. I would imagine.
I suppose in a case like this, they'll want it done and dusted, won't they?
Yeah. Well, here, listen. Let's watch this lady speaking.
From these streets in the 90s, Sean Diddy Combs produced rap legends like the notorious B.I.G. under his Bad Boy record label, launching hip-hop onto the global stage.
The key to the city!
Amassing praise and
Listen, this is the most sus moment outside of the white parties and the Diddy parties. This is the most sus moment. No, Dylan, congratulations. I'm Ron Swanson. I'm one of Sean's co-hosts and producers for the channel. I hope you're having a fantastic day. But yeah, this whole situation with the mayor in New York and Diddy's dad, like, do you know like how sketchy Diddy's dad was, Uber? Like we found this out,
it wouldn't surprise me.
We found this out yesterday. Like, do you ever remember the movie with Denzel Washington called American Gangster? where
Yes.
where he literally walks up and pews a guy in the face in broad daylight in the street.
Right in the forehead, yeah.
That was who Diddy's dad hung out with,
Oh, nice guy.
right? Like,
That's
right?
the sort of geezer you want in your Christmas party, isn't it?
I mean, don't get me wrong, right? I met a lot of gangsters, right? And you know, really, they're just normal people, right? But some of them are psychopaths, right?
Mm.
And there's a big difference between an ordinary decent criminal and a psychopath. Massive. All right, so we're pushing our live coverage. This is yesterday. So after the jury selection was concluded, the court heard opening statements from the prosecution, who accused the hip-hop mogul of using fame and violence to do horrible things to women. The rapper's attorney defended his swinger lifestyle and rejected the transportation claims. Following the opening statements, the court heard from the prosecutor's first witness, including security guard from a hotel where Mr. Combs is seen in a now viral video beating his ex-girlfriend in 2016. His testimony has Hang on. Hang on a minute. Is that better? That's better. All right, yeah, that's way better. Okay, following the opening statements, the court heard from the prosecutor's first witness, including the security guard from hotel. Wait, I think, prosecutors focused on the two central victims in the case: Mr. Combs' former girlfriend Cassie Ventura and another unnamed former girlfriend. Lawyers for Mr. Combs said that the video was evidence that Mr. Combs' flawed character, but not of a larger criminal experience. I'm not being funny. Like, we've all seen this video, right? Oh, the Shady Boy. What's happening, my G? We've all seen the video, okay? And Uber, like, obviously it's not a nice thought process to think of the metaphorical career path of a domestic violence person, right?
No.
But that video was not day one. That's not the first time something like that has happened. I mean,
no chance. My hackles went up, and I actually felt something in the pit of my stomach when I watched that. It was disgusting.
Do you know,
behavior.
it's weird, right? For some reason, it's the kicking on the ground that stuck with me, right?
Yeah.
And it's weird, and it's not even from like, I watch a lot of bare knuckle boxing. That's the women's bare knuckle boxing. Do you know what I mean? So I've seen women smashing the crap out of each other, but a woman lying on the ground being booted. Oh, look who's here! Look who's here! Look who's here! How are we doing, Paula? How are we doing?
I'm doing well.
Good.
My attempt at perm. This is what I do when I wash my hair and I don't brush it, and then I try to scrunch it.
Well, look, just, oh my God, actually, what is going on with your hair? Look, what was the name? Do you all remember The Incredibles? Do you remember the woman from The Incredibles that makes the suits for The Incredibles with the hairdo, right?
I know. It's just that I wanted to have it like fluffed, like permed, because my hair is so straight. So when I wash it, I comb it, but then if I brush it, I don't blow dry my hair. So, but what I do is I spend the whole night trying to do this to make it look. But I'm not going to do it anymore. We got this. All right. Okay. We're not. Ron and Paula, side question for 40 minutes talking about hair. Right. So listen, Paula. Rice water. I'm telling you.
Uber's with us on Discord. We're trying some new features out there. So if you hear any weird voices or not in your head, it's just Uber. I'll put the link up for everybody just shortly if you'd like to come over and join the Discord, be part of the show. We'll have a call-in feature, and then we've got the host side of it all too. Now, Paula, before we continue, are you up to date with day one?
Absolutely, please.
Okay, right. Okay, good. So it's just me that's not done his homework. That's fine. Yeah. So we're just reading through. All courts should be now open.
Yeah.
So Uber, can I please give you the job of looking at this for me? I'm going to send you a link to a Twitter account. Can you just keep an eye on that? If you scroll down, you'll see where the Diddy post feature, the coverage is coming. And I'm keeping an eye on that too. Now, Paula.
P. Dinah might be driving over there.
Yeah,
Try
P
to get
Dina.
in.
Listen,
In
I'm
2
not.
seconds, we grab your phone.
P Dina is a freaking legend, mate. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not surprised. I'm
yeah.
not
It's
surprised.
just that the lineup is so huge. I actually have my son's buddy. I said to him, take one day off work. He works for the
Yeah.
New York Stock. I said, just take one day off. And he goes, Paula, the lineup, it's so huge. I mean, even the press is having a hard time getting in.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And
Ron,
people are paying almost $600 to sell the spot. You have people who come
oh wow.
early.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, Ron was meant to be. Ron had plans today, but sadly, due to the hellishness of the head cold, those plans are now out the window. So we're here all day, people. All right. I think Sean's on at 8, so we'll see how much we can stretch this out. But Paula, if you can help me, I'm on the BBC and CNN's live updates of the trial. If you
Mhm.
can keep an eye on where you think it's best to keep an eye on, because I've got no updates since yesterday on all my stuff.
Okay. Well, usually I watch Law and Crime. They're very, very well updated. They're like right on top of it.
Yeah, I get that, but I can't just sit and watch that
No,
whilst
no, no,
I'm.
no, no. I'll be watching it, but it's like it's very interesting, because I'm very surprised because this is supposed to be a RICO case. This is the problem that I have. This is supposed to be a RICO case, and so far it's just a DV. I'm not saying it's just as it's like minimizing it,
I'm with you.
but a RICO case, it's like they said, it's something that implies a whole company, and this is just a black man.
You know, I
And
think
this is about DV so far. Cassie, yeah,
it's just day one, though, right? It's just day one. I think. Do you not think they're getting? They'll get to it, surely, right? They'll get to it. They must be dealing with
Well, the thing is
witness.
that they should be. I was talking to a lawyer yesterday, and he said if this is a RICO case, like if they have absolute proof of RICO case, they usually start with that because that's the heaviest. If you have like concrete evidence of RICO
Could it
case,
be? Could it
start with that
be?
because this is DV.
Yeah, but could it be almost out of respect for the witnesses, getting it out the way for them first? Do you think maybe?
Oh, why? Because the
Oh,
RICO
I don't
case has nothing to do with DV.
Well,
This is
yeah, I know that,
racketeering.
but
You know what
it's
I
a
mean? It's just
it's
racketeering. It's
it's a
not.
yeah, but listen, it's a multitude of charges that if we've got eyewitness testimony to the organized crime side of it all, I imagine that's how they're going to build the case. Rather than saying, "Hey, we'll prove it later," I think they're going to build the evidence.
They have like a whole couple of years to produce evidence as to the racketeering cases and stuff like that. They haven't. What they've done, which is, in my opinion, as much as I dislike Diddy, is basically disparage his character. Oh yeah, he's a monster. Oh, they're free cops. Okay, he had free cops. We know that Hollywood is a bunch of degenerates. Do you think that Diddy's the only one who was having those kind of party?
Yes.
Please look at
Yeah.
Soho House.
I mean, yeah. Well, look, listen. I get what you're saying, but nah. There's too much going on here. There's too much. You don't just run down a hallway and like soccer kick a woman on the ground on day
I'm
one
not
of being.
just. Okay. You're confusing something. What you're. We are all in agreement because I have been part of a DV situation. It is
Yeah.
not that I've said it at the time when it happened that he felt very comfortable doing it. So this is not a first time event, but that
There
is
we go. Here we go.
DV.
Stacey Cassie is due to have her baby any day. They have to do this part first. Makes sense. Yeah. So I got respect for the witnesses. I'm with
So
you.
what does Cassie have to do with racketeering?
Well, I imagine that when the video was, she was meant to have been running from a freak off party in that hotel.
No, there was only one guy. And this is the guy that she was phoning and asking him
Look,
to. Yeah.
Look. It makes sense that if they're building racketeering and SEX transportation a case against him, that the witnesses come forward. Then they build the case around their testimonies and everything else. It makes sense to me. I mean, I get your point though, but it makes sense. I do.
What they're trying to do is disparage his character. That's all they're doing, which is I don't agree with.
Well, look,
If this is a legal case about something, this is like
Thank you, Stacey. That's exactly.
Oh, okay. Stacey's part of the. Okay.
No, Cassie is. Yeah. Yeah, so
So she's not a DV victim. She's part of the other
yeah,
one.
they're playing the DV footage just because why wouldn't you? I mean, of course
Yeah,
you would, right?
I agree with you.
But she was allegedly transported as well. So yes, Stacey, that's true. The DV side of it is one small part of Cassie's case against Diddy.
Okay. But were they a couple? That's the problem. Were they a couple? Did she go willingly? Because she stayed with him for years. She was getting cars, she was getting this, and she was
sticky
getting
though.
that.
You've got to remember it's a sticky one because yes, they were in a relationship, but also he was her manager, he was her record dealer, or whatever the word,
Whatever.
producer.
Okay.
So there's that massive power dynamic there. Do you know what I mean? I can't get on that page run, right? No bother.
I'm just playing devil's advocate, guys, because a lot
That's
of
okay.
people on. I was watching after the first day, right? I go and I watched all of the channels.
I got a
Lawyers
second for
and
you.
everything, and
I'm just using the stage. So just keep talking.
they're like, what? Why are they playing DV? Because that's what his defense is doing very successfully. If this is a DV case, yes, they have admitted that he's a violent person. He does drugs. So does Harry. You know what I mean? So that's pretty much 99.99% of Hollywood. He's a degenerate. Yeah, most of Hollywood is. Look at Soho House. I mean, all of those things they have admitted to. But the point is that they've admitted to all of that. That they say that they travel with hookers or whatever. All of them do. You know what I mean? If,
No,
if
I
you're
can't.
gonna do that, I
Yeah,
you know
I get
what I
your
mean.
point. I do get your point on this, right? But again, there's I
I'm
tell
just
you
being
what.
devil's advocate because all of the lawyers
Nothing wrong with
that
that
were
too.
saying
Nothing wrong with
they're anti Diddy and they're anti Diddy. He said that if they were the state, they wouldn't be starting with that for a RICO case. You know what I mean? It's like having a mob boss on trial and accusing him of domestic violence. It's like if you have a mob, like like when you got Gotti, getting Gotti. Do you think that that they play victims like he was mean to his wife or whatever?
Well, I get you. I get you. And listen, I think just so everyone understands, Paula and I do like to play good cop, bad cop. It makes for a more interesting podcast. Just so
Yeah,
you
I
know.
was surprised. No, I was actually surprised yesterday when I saw pretty much every lawyer because they all, immediately went on analysis, and this is like people who are really, really like anti Diddy, right?
Okay.
And they're like they were really surprised, and they are like law and crime, all these people that I watch because I wanted to hear their take on it. And there's a lady that was inside in law and crime, and she's like, I was surprised to see this because we still have yet to get any evidence of racketeering or the RICO case.
Well,
And they were saying, well,
listen,
Enrico, they haven't provided any. Well, maybe that he's a domestic violent and he's a violent man. Yep, they have agreed to that, but that's DV. That's a state charge. That's a state. You know what they said that I didn't know? That's a state charge. That is not a federal charge. You see, in order to make it a federal charge, they had to throw in the RICO charge so they can
yeah.
accuse him
No,
federally.
I'm with you. But look, I
I
think
was surprised. I thought, like, what do you mean DV is a state thing? It's like it should be federal, Like, what do you mean? So he
there's
beat
a
me up
lot
in
of
here, and he beat me up, and I was so angry when I heard that. It's like, shut
Something
up!
like
It's a
that in the
federal.
UK, if you're charged with minor offences and major offences, the courts will generally get the minor ones out of the way first and then go
Yeah.
to trial on the
Oh,
major ones.
yeah,
So
there we
they
go.
may be in the same way.
It could also be, Paula, that Cassie's case comes with a pretty damning video, and that's like, let's just do the easy eggs first, if that makes sense. Plus, there's a pregnancy thing. Plus, there's her SEX
Yeah.
transportation stuff as well. But it is a good point. I mean, don't get me
That's
wrong.
possible
Now,
as well, yeah.
I was just surprised. I was just surprised at all the lawyers, like because I want to on every channel I went, and even this lady who's always angry talking. I want to say Nancy Drew, guys, help me. Is the lady who's always angry? Is like,
Nancy Drew's the lady from the fictional book, right? Nancy Drew
okay,
Mystery.
then no, that's not it. It's another one with the crime. She's always angry. This American lady, but she's always on point,
Angry
And
though.
then, and then she's like, they're mudslinging. She had this guy who says, well, they're starting with mudslinging, and she goes, you're calling DV mudslinging? And she was like livid, it's like, and she's like, oh, shut up, and she brought somebody else. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know much about RICO cases and stuff like that. But this is why I'm learning. But I
Well,
did go and
it's
watch other
huge.
trials about RICO cases, and they
We're
sure
lucky,
don't start like that.
Paula, because
Nancy Grace, thank you,
you
Cassie
got
V.
if you've got any questions about Rico, just ping Sean an email, man. That was his living nightmare, was facing Rico charges.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Do you know what I mean? 200 and something years.
Oh
Could
my
you
God.
literally imagine, right? What would happen to your metaphorical backside if a judge said, hey, you're going to be facing a couple of 100 years? I'd still be pooping now. We've got some
So it's going to be very interesting. I don't even know why they allowed why his kids are coming to listen to that. You know what I mean? That is absolutely insane that the kids are sitting through that. I wouldn't want to listen to stuff like that. Even the male kids. Apparently the girls left because, when things started to get very explicit.
Okay, well, look, Ron's going to play super tinfoil. Uber, you can be the voice of reason. Paula, you can be bad cop. Ron's going full tinfoil hat. Of course the kids are there. Of course the kids are there.
Don't give me any responsibility.
Listen, mate, I'm not being funny, but this is how it is now. Welcome.
You know what I think the mistake was? I think that the prosecution overreached. They overreached in the charges, and I'm worried that this is going to be another Anthony Casey thing. No. Casey Anthony K. Sorry. That little girl that the prosecution overreached, and this stupid woman was found not guilty of killing her daughter. And not only that, now she's back on YouTube and she's back on TikTok, and she only did like a few months of jail because they overreached, and I have a feeling that the way all the lawyers were talking about it kind of made me angry, and the press is like,
well, Paula, I just did a thumbnail for Sean today that is, I think it's a show with him and Lionel about the apparent Andrew and Virginia footage being made public with somewhere, and this is possibly why she was unalived.
But did you see Virginia, Lady Harvey? She says that she has phone conversations recorded of Virginia where she admits that that Andrew didn't do anything to her, and that she sent them to the FBI. She was yesterday doing an interview, and the guy asked, why haven't you released those conversations? That's because we wanted to release them to the FBI so they can authenticate them. And we're giving them time. I'm just waiting for Kash Patel to release them. But if he doesn't do it, then we're going to do it.
Arise, I'm fine. Ron's currently sitting on a leopard print high heel shoe chair, okay, with a massive pillow. But I'm so low to the ground, my whole setup's at a weird angle. I don't know where, cause I'm like a robot. Everything's in the same place. I know how to turn. I know where to look. I know how to keep myself feeling like I don't look atrocious.
Let me see. Earth Alchemy. No, she wasn't in for a few years. It was just like a couple, and that's while she waited for trial. And then she was released on bail because this guy who released Casey Anthony on bail, he thought that maybe if he paid for her bail, because her bail was set up really high, then maybe she would lead them to the body of how some criminals always go to that, Ron, right? They go to the scene, they can't help and go check the scene to make sure that's still there. So the guy paid for that. That is why he paid for her bail, because he hoped that once, if she was free, she would, commit that blunder and just go to the daughter, but she didn't do it, and then she ended up going back to jail later on. But she didn't she was found not guilty of, in spite of extensive evidence, and she tried to blame her father because the government overreached. And this is one of the lawyers who's an expert saying that RICO case is going to be very hard to prove, which is the main one. And then they go domestic violence. It's a state case, and it shouldn't be in New York. Um, and they even did you know that footage of the hotel, Ron? You
Say
know
that
how
again.
it got? You know
Hotel?
how it got there? You know the footage for the hotel? You know how we are able to see it?
Well,
Because
apparently CNN, the security guards were paid off, and
no,
then
no, no,
somehow
no,
it
no.
got into the hands of CNN.
The problem that they explained it yesterday why
Okay.
the footage is like that. Because usually you're able to download the footage, but the security guard who was watching that at the time, for some reason, it couldn't be downloaded, so he recorded it with his phone, which is why you hear some noise in the background. And then
Okay.
he was off for 2 days, and when he came back, the footage was gone, but everybody was talking about it, and this is why that footage is still there because he was watching the footage. You could watch it, but you couldn't download it. And then Diddy tried to pay off the cop that was called in. He tried to pay him like with 100,000. They can make the case for bribery and stuff like that. I mean, but the cop didn't report him.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but the footage, like, I'm not going to show it all, but this here,
That's
I'll
what it
play
was said
this.
yesterday in court. This is what the
Look,
lady. I can
oh,
show it to you. I'm in
okay,
crime, law
so
and crime.
that's what they said in court. This was okay. It was very
Yeah, the
steady.
lady said that she was. This is a law and crime because the lady's there, and this is. And they showed more. Apparently, they showed more of the footage. She managed to get to the reception desk, and she called somebody. So you have that footage, and then Diddy comes, and they're kind of fighting, and she's trying to fight him off. And then they showed a footage that they go into the room, and there's a man fully dressed sitting on the bed, which was really weird, and
Where
the
did that
police
where
actually
did
was
that
called.
footage
The
come
police was called.
from? Where did that footage come from? The chest cams of the police.
There was part of the hotel, but there's also the policeman testified that the policeman they were asking the police, why didn't you report it? Because she didn't want to report it. She just wanted to get out of there, and he escorted her and left the door open. And the policeman said that he saw another black man fully dressed
Hang
sitting
on a
on the
second,
bed.
Paul. Hang on a second. Oh. The security guard recorded it so he could show his wife. Yeah, apparently he filmed it to show his wife. Okay, nice one. We're up to date on that. What to do is put
That's what I'm saying just now.
1 second, Paul. Put 3 exclamation points like I put in the side chat for any points that are to do with the case that were mentioned, that it's quicker if you guys hit us with a couple of sentences and get us up to date. I would really appreciate that. So the 3 Q's for a question and the 3 exclamation points for, hey, you've missed this bit.
Yeah, so the guy said that why didn't you call
Can I just say right now, right? I'm very sorry, Mr. Security Guard. I know you're under oath, but there's no way in hell that video is from someone filming it off a screen on a phone. Impossible. So he can say it all he wants.
CCTV footage
He
all day
can
long,
say it all he wants. There is no way in hell a human, unless he brought a tripod in, okay, and put a blanket over the screen so that there was no light reflection off the screen, we can recreate it. We could recreate it by playing that footage and recording. I'm not saying Paul is wrong. I'm not saying the side chat's wrong. I'm saying someone.
I'm just telling you what the lady from Law and Crime who was there said.
I'm not saying she's a liar either. I'm saying that whoever said it in court, that wasn't filmed on a video. So I'm not saying any of you are wrong. Absolutely not. But there's no way that is what he says.
I have Law and Crime here, and I have the lady reporting it yesterday, which is what I watched because she was inside.
I'm not saying that she's wrong.
CCTV.
I'm not saying
that's from CCTV.
I am not saying she's wrong.
No. Okay, maybe I missed. You guys don't understand. It's not that he was filming what was happening with his phone. He was filming the camera, the video, because he tried to download it, but it wouldn't be able to be downloaded. So because he couldn't download it, he recorded it.
I understand, but unless there's another copy of it, but like I say, for me that is questionable. And that's not that you're questionable or anyone's questionable. It's just that's odd. But we could be looking at a different video. We could be looking at 2 different videos. So
is that the defense on that then? That somebody's held their hand up for all that time, really steady, and filmed it.
Well, he said that he was the guard that filmed it because he was trying to download it. And then when he got back, he had 2 days
We're
off.
seeing
When he
is
came back,
CCTV.
Well, here's the
It's
thing.
too steady,
Hang on.
too hard.
Well, here's the thing. Let me hit you with full nerd stuff, right? So, if this was recorded off a screen and then it was later stabilized, I could believe that. Okay, where they crop out. So, for example, where you see the footage end here, it may have originally ended out here, and they've cropped it so that all of the shaking can be balanced out, and you get a smooth bit of footage. They may have done that, but I'm seeing nothing on here that looks, unless we're looking at the darkest room in the world and the oldest monitor ever, because we do have shadowed corners up here. But I think this is just CCTV footage. I can't see any evidence that this was filmed on a phone from a screen. I can't see any evidence of that. I'm not saying anyone's a liar apart from the person in court saying that that's what that is.
Ron?
Yeah.
Just to put this out there, when I was in jail, I got done for an assault, having to defend myself.
Okay.
And it was all on CCTV. And instead of using the actual CCTV evidence, they filmed the CCTV playing on another screen. So we couldn't even zoom. So I got it chucked out of court anyway. But yeah, that's not from something recording the screen showing that that's the actual footage.
Yeah, for real. Again, don't waste too much time on it. Ron doesn't need convincing or anything. I believe that everything that you're reporting on is true. I've just got, and again, it might be a different piece of footage we're looking at. It may have been since then, whatever. But I'm just saying, the one that I'm looking at, this one here, this does not give me handheld filmed off of a screen vibes. That's all I'm saying. But it might have been a different copy. Who knows? Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to just quickly go and have a little check on our updates here. Because as you can see,
it was actually quite horrible. I mean, it's got to be. And then he's talking about, like it was it. I don't know. I wouldn't want my kids there. I'm sorry. Like it's just, that is something that you don't have your children witness or watch. I don't care if, like that's terrible in itself, because the news are all over the place. I don't know. I wouldn't have my kids. That's what I think. Anyways, I think that is. Would you want your kids, if you're to listen to those kinds of details?
But at the same time, allegedly, in a world where you've got this evil villain on trial who has allegedly preyed on children, who allegedly has various rumors circling around his own children, and then we believe the cabal and the all of this horrible stuff, then hell yeah, this is right up their street. Making the kids sit and listen to all this is right up their street, allegedly, if you see what I'm saying. From a normal, rational human being, loving, caring, normal person, you, me, Paula, Uber, the side chat, horrific. But man, there is somebody laughing their backside off in a gold-plated tower somewhere because his kids are having to go in and see all this.
Yeah, I mean, and they were like, it was so terrible. I don't know. I have this thing that I can show you. I'm watching This Is Law and Crime, that the lady that was there, she wrote everything down and she's talking about everything. And let me show it to you here. This is Law and Crime that I usually watch. I was watching because there's very few people who are able to get in.
We might not be able to do sound.
No, that's okay.
But we can certainly do some visual stuff.
And she's just talking that this is what the defense was saying, that he's just a jealous man and women were jealous of him, and that these women were.
You can put the sound on if she's just reporting on it. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
A little bit. No more than 2 minutes at a time, though, Paul.
Now, when it comes to Cassie specifically in the defense's opening, they talked about how Cassie was in a relationship with another man when she had met Diddy that Diddy was in a relationship with Kim Porter until her death, which I thought was pretty particularly interesting, given that for the most part, and I've seen this family like out on on social media and that type of thing. And from my perspective, I always felt like Kim Porter and Diddy kind of gave off this notion that they were just co-parenting, that it was never that Kim Porter was still with Diddy while Cassie was with Diddy. I was expecting for them to talk about the 2022 BET award moment where Diddy had specifically mentioned Cassie, and that talking about how Cassie had held him down and that type of thing. Because from the defense's perspective, they were pretty much saying that Kim Porter was the love of Diddy's life, that once Cassie kind of knew that she'd never be Diddy's soulmate, that she would never be his wife, that type of thing, that's when she called off the relationship. And so that was a pretty interesting moment, or just interesting openings that, some parts weren't kind of talked about necessarily. And then even when it comes with Jane Doe,
Pause it a second for me,
Diddy
Paula.
in this.
Yeah, I'm doing my best, Queen. This is day one of Ron ever doing coverage like this. Okay, we're going to get better and roll out. Ron has got quite a serious broadcasting setup here, and we're set up very, very simply right now. The Discord side of this is going to be massively more integrated, and I want to be able to have, keep in mind as well, I'm on my little tiny laptop. I've usually got 2 or 3 monitors set up, but we're still...
This is the part where she's talking about the guard and how he got the phone, and then this is the lawyer's questioning, because he's an expert. He is specializes in RICO cases, so he's questioning what the motives are and stuff like that. If you want to listen to this, because
fire that up too.
Okay.
Him now, and I think it's fascinating that they have owned up and admitted to a lot of what he did, but saying it doesn't amount to sex trafficking or racketeering. They mentioned Cassie filing the public lawsuit, millions of dollars, an incentive to lie. I thought it was really interesting how they went through a number of the predicate crimes to meet racketeering. So in order to prove racketeering, a criminal enterprise, a pattern of criminal activity, they say there was no bribery of a guard. It was to prevent bad PR for Sean Combs and Cassie about paying off to make sure that tape from the 2016 hotel doesn't come out. Kidnapping? Well, you have somebody who asked to be with him for 10 years. Drug trafficking was about personal use of drugs, that there was no conspiracy here. There was no criminal agreement. I thought this was interesting. And real quick on this, Elizabeth, did I hear this correctly, that they're arguing he didn't pay for sex workers for prostitution purposes, right? Transportation of people for purposes of prostitution, what he's charged with, maximum of 10 years in prison. He was paying them for their time and experience. Did I just, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the defense there, that he allegedly paid sex workers for not what we think he paid sex workers for, allegedly paid sex workers for? Tell me if I'm completely wrong.
It's weird, because is that not the legal definition of what separates a prostitute from an escort? Is one is clearly defined as, someone who walks around the streets and gets into your car, and the other one is selling time. Do you think this is a strong argument? I think this is one of those ones where...
The thing is, though, there's people, for example, and somebody said that during the trial. They even laughed because they said that, well, this is like paying when you have an elderly person and you pay a companion so they can walk around with them. Are you paying them, like to be and they travel with them abroad, or so they're trying to compare it like that, because technically he did not have sex with them.
I get the comparison.
He did not have sex with them.
Yeah, I get that, but I get the comparison. It's the trivializing of it all that seems to be their angle, because if this was just one individual and one small case of he said, she said, sure. But for this to me, unless scarily what Paula was saying, unless this case is going to fall apart, right? Unless this case is going to fall apart and Diddy's going to be walking out of here, and there's something we're not privy to yet, because right now, the domestic violence that we see on film, horrific. But what if they can't argue that it was transportation? What if they can't argue that it was coercion? What if they can't argue any of it? What if...
Well, that's what they're saying. That they're saying what they're presenting right now. This is what these people were saying who are experts. And the reason why I'm showing it to you is because we don't know what happened yesterday. So these people were inside. So I figured it'd be interesting to show what it was inside. And this lady was writing everything, right? And the guy is saying that so far, the police, if they want, what they've done is, yes, of course we know he's an idiot. Of course he's a horrible person. Of course he's violent. Of course he's done drugs. Who doesn't really in Hollywood, right? That's what they're saying. But racketeering, which is what he's charged for. Okay, so if I charge you for murder, I cannot try you for grape. You know what I mean? Then I
Okay.
should have charged you for grape, not for murder. That's what the defense is arguing, and this is what these people are talking about. They're saying that so far, and this is what it gets really interesting, and later on when they're talking about it, because there are lawyers, I'm not. So when I listen to their arguments, and not only this channel, I went to like 6 or 7 yesterday to hear all different kinds of angle, and pretty much everybody was saying the same thing. They were all saying, you know what? Why are this? We understand that what they want to do is discredit him as a person or whatever, So, and the reason why they do that, some people are speculating, is because the evidence of racketeering, which is what he's charged with, is weak. So they're trying to say, well, if he's a terrible and violent man, then he must be also in racketeering,
Yeah. I mean, here we've got, I hope I'm saying your name. Is it Janine? Is that right? Janine NY? I think that's right.
Yeah.
So far, Mr. Combs is guilty of DV, not trafficking, if the women were consenting. Well, this is what we're discussing right now, is the possibility that if it just comes down to he said, she said, just within the Cassie testimony, I mean, I think that would be quite a devastating blow to the whole case if it just comes down to the DV. Great that he's getting slapped for that, but I mean, I think we all can.
Well, something that I found really interesting is that this guy came in to testify, right? That this lady's describing it, and she thought it was a policeman, this big guy.
Yeah.
And it turns out that he was one of them. He was a male dancer, so he thought he was going to this New York swanky hotel to do like a bachelorette party or whatever, right? And it turns out that he was met at the door, and the one who wrote to him was Cassie, apparently. And she opened the door with a red negligee, and some sort of wig, and then this guy with a came in like a robe and a hat, and with a bandana to hide himself. But he could, as soon as he spoke, he could tell that it was Diddy, right? And then he started, doing it with Cassie, and Cassie would tell, and he would just direct them to do what they wanted. But then apparently Cassie afterwards really liked him, and she would send him messages, so it's kind of hard to make the case that Diddy was forcing her, because apparently later she was texting him off her own volition.
Yeah, again though, there's so much coercive madness involved in it. Sorry, I'm not going to lie, Paula. I'm actually trying to fix something here. So I was.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying what was presented in court, because they showed the messages. They weren't shown to the public because they were going to show it today when Cassie testifies, and they're going to show. I guess the defense is waiting to confront her on the stand with the messages.
I'm with you.
So because because the guy said, that he stopped coming because Diddy was violent, but he never really saw her slap her, but he heard that she went one time into the bathroom. But this is yesterday's testimony. And
you've got to think about just how many of these people are lying because they're terrified. This
is the guy who was witness. This was the guy who was there. I mean, he's on Cassie's side, and he's telling what he wanted and he was doing and stuff like that. And he said that he was terrified of Diddy because he took his driver's license.
Okay,
and
not the witness, not the other guy that was in the room during the assault. You're talking about somebody else. Sorry.
Yeah, this is a guy that was called in as a witness yesterday, right? And it's a big guy, and apparently he was he was a male dancer.
Okay.
So he was texted to come to the hotel, show up at the hotel, and he did. And he was surprised. He thought he was going to a bachelorette party to do striptease or whatever.
I'm with you up until that point, and he's saying that he didn't witness. He did
No.
witness.
No, he said that Cassie opened the door wearing negligee, and then it was for sex, and then she was.
Okay, right. I'm with you. So he
And-
thought it was going to
and
be.
Sean
strip
was there directing them, and he was getting off watching, but then it happened quite for almost a whole year, and then she was texted him without Combs being present, and they were apparently doing it.
All right.
So I don't know. So they're waiting, and they showed some messages, but didn't show them to the public. This is what the lady was saying, right? Because they want to confront Cassie with those messages today. Those are text messages between Cassie and this guy.
Yeah, but I don't think. I mean, if
Yeah, there you go. Lingerie and heels red. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so
And
there's still nothing coming up on the live coverage. Court is obviously slowly getting into session.
So much for punctual.
Well, hey, listen. We got this.
But we're not going to hear anything until they come out because they're not allowed to report. We have to wait until they come out.
Okay, they're currently arguing in court about whether they're going to show the freak-off videos to the court and jury. I mean, Stacey, right? Can you imagine waking up in a world where the evidence for the case, right? They're arguing over whether or not they should be allowed to show the evidence for the case. It's just infuriating. Get it all out.
Again, and this is what the guys were saying. The freak-offs were a party held, and the freak-off shows, I mean, unless you're showing celebrities, because there were celebrities involved in there.
No, look, we know that there was layers to these parties. There was the outer circle where celebrities were there and everyone left at 10 o'clock. And then there was the inner circle where a whole bunch of madness went down.
Yeah, but then again, the reasoning that they're given for that is if you're going to show this freak off with these celebrities, then these celebrities must be called in because they're all implicated.
Oh, I wholeheartedly agree, Paula.
That's what they're saying. That's what they said.
Yes, I wholeheartedly
agree. You cannot show the freak offs because the prosecution has not called these high profile people to testify.
Why? But why? Well, they better get calling.
That's the whole point. And this is why the guys are saying that the defense has a good point. You cannot, if you're gonna say racketeering and you're gonna involve other people, then these people in these tapes are involved, and these people must be called here. Yeah. Then all these people should be on trial with Diddy.
I agree. Everyone on the damn tapes, Paula, is either a witness.
I understand that, but the problem is that the prosecution is not calling them, are they?
Well, let's hope so. Day 2. Let's hope day 3 is just going to be a whole catastrophic event for everyone.
You would have heard by now if there's a famous witness being called because they have to make that public.
Right? It's like, it would be like going into McDonald's and asking for a Big Mac meal and then arguing as to why they should give you the fries. Okay? It's that maddening that they're arguing over this. Now, listen, just before we jump back.
No, the reason for that
one second. If you guys would like to come and join Paula, myself, and Uber, we have a Discord server. I'm going to post a link down in the side chat. Don't be scared. Download the app. Sign up to the app. Come and join the server. And it's very simple. We've got a wonderful member of our team, Kaza, who is waiting in a room called Join to be on the show. Just click that little button. You'll be put into that room, and Kaza will speak to you and keep you company. And we'll pull you into the show, and you guys can come and have your say. And I want to hear from all of you because you guys are the community. You guys are what make all these shows work. And I would love to have as many of you be part of it. If you're already part of the server and don't know how it works, there is a tab at the top that says text channels. It says general. You can type in here. I've just written the word type. If you've got any problems, type in there. We will assist you, but come and have your say. Are you with the mainstream? Are you against the mainstream? Come and have your say. Okay, because it's 1980s television technology integrated into 2025. Come and have your say. Nana Psychoville, I can see
I
you
was going to say
typing.
something.
Windows.
Kelly
Please do.
Dragonborn is a federal trial. They don't have to make anything public. No, they don't have to make anything inside the court case public. But the witnesses, unless they're referred to as Jane Does, we know that Cassie is testifying because it's public. We know that. If, for example, and this is what the defense is saying, if you want to show these tapes, then these people are implicated, then they have to come here and testify, because we should be able to cross-examine them and see what their participation was, whether Mr. Combs was coerced into satisfying these people, because they were trying to, apparently Bieber is not testifying.
That's not a good sign.
Nobody. They haven't called anybody famous. It was rumored that J-Lo, but then it turned out that it was false. So
William, you're not wrong, but I've got to delete your comment just because of you used the full word. If you put RPED, that's the stupid world we live in on YouTube, mate. So you've done nothing wrong. I'm just saving us from getting.
It won't be much longer. We'll have emojis for them words now.
And you know what? You know what I think it is? And this is something that really hit me listening to everybody yesterday, Ron, that the prosecution is doing this on purpose to tank the case because they don't want to call these famous people.
It could be, because I said this: we're either going to see no one or everyone. They can't dip their toe. So if we're going to see all of this case based around, Paula, wait a minute. Bring in the ladies first. Show us all the shocking footage. Get us all re-triggered over what happened to poor Cassie. And we're so focused, and when I say we, I mean the general public, right? Mm-hmm. So are we being shown all of this first so that becomes the central point of the case and people start
forget about the stars? Because what are the freak-offs? Who was involved in it? Wasn't it Ashton Kutcher? Demi Moore?
Who?
I mean, all of these. I mean, we had Albie Shore come and say all the things that that guy, Cat Williams, all of these people. Where are they? J-Lo, who was at the shooting. I mean, all kinds of things. And this is the thing that I was saying, because you can't show the kinds of evidence like that without calling in the people, because Diddy has a right to face the people, and the defense is arguing. What is to say? Because there were apparently some very powerful people in those tapes, and the defense is arguing what is there to stop to say that Diddy is the one who was being forced to host these things in order to keep these major celebrities, Clinton, Obama.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. And I just want to say, Nana Psychoville has just made me realize that you don't have to come and be speaking on the show. You can type as well. And Nana is saying maybe they're still preparing cases against others. I mean, maybe they're preparing the cases against the others. They were doing bad things too. Is that a possibility? Ron House, so Sky Spirit, if you're on the Discord call-in server, I do believe, and what you're going to do is you're going to go and join the room with Kaza, and then I'm just going to pull you into the secret room. Yeah, I can see you there. So if you come to the call-in server, join the waiting room, and I'll pull you in straight away, and you'll be able to hear us all. And if you guys, and this is Lady Cat saying this too, the cases formed against others can be jeopardized to make people happy over knowing everyone hang on.
And one of the things that I wasn't I didn't really understand yesterday was that if you are a victim and you don't want to testify, they can't compel you to testify. So for example, if anything happened to Bieber, they can't force him to testify because that's re-victimizing. This is why a lot of the victims, they would say, we need to press charges, right? But if the victim doesn't want to press the charges, they can't do anything about that. So even if they show their freak off, and let's say something is happening to Bieber, but Bieber refuses to press charges, they can't accuse him of that crime because Bieber, who's the victim, is refusing to press charges. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you know
Yeah,
So
what?
it doesn't matter what. And I know somebody said replace RICO with crime scene.
Wait. Paula, 1 second. Uber, say that again, mate.
I'm just saying it used to be the same over here. I think it might be you have to make the allegation first. But then if you then drop the charges, back in the day, they used to chuck it out of court, but now the CPS will carry on with the charge.
Okay. So is there a possibility then that we're seeing them building cases against these other people? I mean, is that a possibility, or would it all have had to have come out at the start? Would everyone who's being called as a witness or anything like that, would it have to have been laid out? Forgive me, everyone in the side chat. I imagine, like, how dumb is this guy? Sorry. My brain is very selective of what information it retains.
I would have started strong. I would have started with major. If you want to, are you telling me that having, for example, Bieber coming to testify to start the first day, that wouldn't have made an impact? Or J-Lo?
Okay, but what if Cassie drops her baby tomorrow and she was due to testify in a week and she couldn't do it? I think a lot of this has got to be around. If we're going to argue that there is a reason for the order, I'm putting my chips on.
I'm just giving you I'm putting you a scenario. Can you imagine if they started the first day with Justin Bieber? Do you think people would care about what Cassie has to say?
Well, that's a really good point. I mean,
come on, or that J-Lo or Ashton Kutcher, or all his buddies that are Jay-Z or Beyonce. Do you think anybody would care what Cassie has to say if you have these people coming in to testify?
Do you know what? Listen, total side quest here, right? You know that Jay-Z and Beyonce have moved to the Cotswolds? Do you know that's like 50 minutes from where the Atwood clan resides? Like,
too close for comfort, in my opinion.
But have they really moved or just bought a house?
No. Oh, no. They're moving real fast, right? Now, Paula.
The UK has extradition.
Or something, so they don't move in.
It's just so mad, right, to think how many people who have lived in America, been part of America's culture, as soon as this case hits, they all absolutely papped themselves and ran. Now, Paula, just give me 1 second because I want to bring in Sky Spirit, which I've just done now. Sky Spirit, you've got your mic off. That's great. When you're ready, just say hello. And we'll also pull in Mary Margaret. And Mary Margaret's got her mic off. Can you hear me, Mary Margaret?
Yes, I can.
Yes, you can. Welcome to the Sean Atwood Show. How are you today? Sean Atwood Show, Sean Atwood Channel.
I'm pretty good.
I've been doing this a lot this week. I've been typing the Sean Atwood Show in emails instead of the Sean Atwood Channel. When the hell has anyone ever said the words the Sean Atwood Show? Ever? No one.
I've heard it before.
And Sky Spirit, can you hear me?
I can indeed. Yes.
Right,
how are you doing?
I'm good. Right. I'm just going to get you guys all lined up on my screen. So just give me 1 second.
Awesome.
So now everyone who's watching will at least know who's talking.
Oh, look at that. I like that new graphic. Isn't that cool?
It's just a Discord plugin so that when you guys talk, your wee thing will light up and people have an idea. So just want to say,
makes sense.
You just want to say welcome to Sky Spirit, welcome to Mary Margaret. Both have been on the show before as guests and as call-ins, and it's great to have you both back in. Now, Sky Spirit, starting off with you. Also, yes. Paula's here as well. This is Sky Spirit, Paula Sky Spirit, and Mary Margaret as well.
Hi, Paula.
Hello.
Hi, Paula.
Hello, guys.
So, Sky, take us through your initial thoughts, whether it's the trial, whether it's an overview. Give us your take on where you're sitting right now with how things are going with Diddy.
Okay, so I started listening into it last night on a different channel where they were doing something where they pull up all the tweets and literally just provide like a commentary on it. And like my first thought was Ron should be doing this because you'd make a better job of it and like you're analyzing what's going on rather than just repeating what's going on.
Listen, Ron's doing his best, but I appreciate that. But Ron is doing his best. We've got nothing to analyze just yet.
I mean, like you would do better than what I was listening to last night, like your style of doing it. So I'm bigging you up here, Ron, man.
Cheers, mate. Ron doesn't take compliments well. He withers. But
I know you just totally took that the wrong way. So on the trial itself, okay, what I think's going on, like they keep going on about the DV, and like I totally agree with Paula here. This man, all right, okay, it's horrendous that he beat Cassie, but it happens all the time and people don't go to prison for life for it.
Yep, that's
He's
true.
not facing life in prison for beating his girlfriend up, yeah? So the question is, why are they bringing that up now? And why are they focusing on like the extreme, okay, the wee and the mouth or whatever it was, and the, you know, the dirty business going on, and lots of mentions of baby oil. And something I listened to last night said what's happening here is the defense are they're poking the bear here because they want that brought up because they're normalizing it, because they want, by the time the big poop hits the fan, they want us to be so used to hearing about the deviancy that we're not really bothered about that anymore, you know? My second thought, Ron, is that what you've got here is theatre, and you've got lawyers who are playing the biggest role in their lives and they're lapping it up, yeah? So we're going to hear all the, like, the show-stopping stuff, first of all, because they're all just getting into their stride, aren't they?
I think headlines are key. And the wee headlines, the DV headlines, the footage from the DV, all of that is a great, but again, I keep circling back. I genuinely think that a main pressure for the order of this will have been Cassie and her baby. Let's be honest, because...
Well, that's a nice way of looking at it, isn't it? That's the great explanation.
Also, I hate to interrupt you. I need to talk about this security guard, this guy here. This guy right here in the background, right? What's going on with him? Who's this guy? How's he and who are these two? These two look like, if you looked up white mobsters from the 70s, both of these guys are coming up, right? I'm telling you that right now.
That guy at the front, he's not catching anybody, is he? Let's be honest. If somebody runs away, he's got no chance.
The tall guys
he's got dumb.
All right, we're back to this now. Okay, so again, sorry, Ron sides quest. Yeah, this is Sky Spirit that we're speaking. Yeah. I will get this laid out better once, you know, we get a harder, more nerdy format for all of this.
I personally would love to see the discovery on this.
Okay.
I would really like to see the discovery to see exactly what the prosecution has, and then what the defense, you know, where they're going with this. Because I mean, I don't know. It's just, I feel like he's a horrible person for what he did, but at the same time, if it's allegedly, you know, because he's still on trial, innocent until proven guilty, supposedly. But something just doesn't feel right about this whole trial thing at all. I feel like that there's bigger fish that they're trying to get to.
Well, here's the thing.
But I don't know if they're untouchable.
This is the thing. This is the thing. Are they trying to get to them, or are they trying to protect them? Because I genuinely feel like we're probably going to be looking at, this is too big a case. Like Hollywood, the world. It's like, I use the analogy of when Donald Trump years ago almost lost all his, like he almost went bankrupt or something. And the banks bailed him out because if they didn't bail him out, like he was too big to fail. There was too much invested in him for him to collapse. So if we use that algorithm of what would happen if we collapsed Hollywood right now, right? Is that a big enough devastation for this cover-up to take place? Because it feels like there's so many people that should be brought into this that aren't. So many people have been given an opportunity to run, right? And great that these women are going to get justice. But right, like you've said, every case of DV should be handled like this. Not every DV case comes with CCTV footage, okay? But all the ones that do should be handled this way. Because...
Oh, well, absolutely. Because DV is wrong either way. I mean...
Of course.
On both sides, whether it's women or men. Because women DV too.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, because my son's going through it right now. And he has seen his daughter in over 90 days. So it is very real. God. And they handle each case...
Yeah, listen.
Backwards in a way. They really do. And I think everybody needs to be held accountable the same exact way. What's good for us should be good for them. Just because they have money means nothing.
See, but that is such an interesting one, right? Because Paula, how prevalent is the cash to win culture in America's legal system. We've seen it time and time and time and time and time
But
again.
this is the weirdest thing, because if this is how they're starting strong, if this is the strongest thing that they have Cassie and domestic violence, this is what and I'm sorry I go back to this. They should have started strong. They should have started with like really like, for people, a lot of people don't know what RICO case is. Like, RICO case is short for Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act. Okay, and it is a federal law targeting crime and racketeering. It allows the government to charge people for engaging in a pattern of racketeering activity within a criminal enterprise.
Yeah.
So, and this is why even Dave Chappelle made a joke saying this is the first black guy. Look, we have a black guy charged of a RICO crime, which is a federal crime, and he's alone. There's nobody else. When the whole definition of a RICO crime is that you are within an organization. So which is the organization that he's in? Why is he only himself being prosecuted? He said it laughingly, but it is it's absolute fact. A RICO crime is not a one person. It is
No,
organization.
The very definition of it is organized crime. That's what it's for. It's for organized crime in America. The mafia, all this kind of stuff.
And just so you know, this is one of the mandatory things of the RICO. A RICO case must require proof of an enterprise, which is a group of people who are connected in some way, who are involved in a pattern of racketeering activity.
But it could, not so much with the Diddy case, but they could have. So, for example, Paula, if you and me and me and your son, right, started selling substances in America, and we were all in on it together, and we had our own little groups of people that we gave our portion of the substances to, technically we could be done for RICO, because that is organized crime. It is a group of individuals profiting. So,
but then you would both be prosecuted, not just one person.
No, of course it would. But do you think that maybe this is like a flex? Let's see if we can get him to crumble under the worry of the RICO case. He's rejected his plea deal. So arguably that could have been an ace up their sleeve that they were hoping he was going to take, and he never. Do you think that the RICO was used as a scare tactic almost? I'll ask you that, Paula, and then I'll go through the panel in just 1 minute, everybody. I'll get Paula's take first.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I think that this was done before Kamala and the elections. And I think this was a way to get celebrities to endorse Kamala, to get Diddy. I told you this before, Ron, that they grabbed Diddy because they know that a lot of these celebrities were part of the Diddy thing, because look at the people who endorsed Kamala. Beyonce, suddenly Leonardo DiCaprio, who has never a political statement, is now talking politics. That's
really true. Ironically, Leonardo DiCaprio was ambassador for global environment or something like that. Basically, he was a representative for nature at one point, which is ironic because his movie The Beach destroyed most of Thailand's beaches.
Yeah,
I just want to say this is a great point. So the RICO is for cross-state S trafficking, which makes sense.
No, I understand that, but then this is what the lawyers are saying. If these people went willingly, and they were, because there's a difference. They're adults, they're consenting. You can apply that to any person who flies from Texas and they go to the States, and they do that all the time, Yeah, they talk about Diddy, but they have to prove, and this is what the people were saying, they have to prove that Diddy gave the orders.
Right.
Because that's the whole thing.
That let me pause you on there. Sky Spirit, what's your take on the possibility of the RICO being used as a scare tactic? And elaborate if you've got a different point on it.
Well, I don't really know, Ron, because I don't know much about RICO or American law or law in general, to be honest. But it strikes me as very strange how they're bandying around this RICO term without actually providing any evidence of anybody else who's involved. It's racketeering, it's organized crime between people.
Well,
so where are these other people? Well, and it sort of makes sense that it's used as some kind of scare tactic. Yeah.
What about this? What if all of the other people have turned evidence against Diddy.
Yeah, but
What if-
they would still have to prosecute them, Ron. They
Not
would still need to
necessarily,
name them.
Not necessarily. If
No.
they've taken some sort of deal where they're going to prosecute against Diddy and they're protected, I've seen that in a movie. I don't know if it's a real thing. Mary Margaret, I'll
You
bring you
see,
back.
you cannot leave the accused under defense. They would have to say you had this person testify, and it would be submitted in court, and this person would have to come and testify and say, yes, I was part of this deal. But they do it. You have to testify, because if they were part of the crime, then they say we made a deal with this person and we gave evidence against this person. It has to be said, because they have to give Diddy the right to defend himself against this thing.
I don't know where I said.
Condor, it's not consent. If they're under the influence by law, they haven't consented to anything.
So look, I don't know where I said that it wasn't that. If I don't know where you're getting, there's a squirrel. There's a squirrel on the television. The squirrel. Oh my God. I am the dog from fucking Up. Oh my God. I am Doug the dog. All right. So, yeah, of course. So in a situation where I'm at a party with you, you're at a party with me, we've never met before, you're under the influence, pass out and I do something, or I force myself upon you, 100 million billion %. But you can very much agree to consensual stuff and then, take off on a spaceship rocket to another planet very consensually, just to be clear.
Well,
No. But what I'm saying is that what the defense is arguing
if
is that this is a state matter.
Female that's under the influence worse than you are, and you're more.
Oh yeah, no. I don't mean.
No, surely not.
No. I don't.
Yeah.
I think no. Uber.
100%.
Uber. No. Let me finish. I'm not talking about someone's completely smashed and 4 hours ago they said we were going to do stuff. So when they're sleeping, I'm going to do stuff. I don't mean that. Whatsoever. I mean the argument of someone sitting down, becoming intoxicated on some, smoking herbs or whatever, is a big difference than someone being unconscious, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
100%.
Yeah, but that would be a state crime. This is what the courts are arguing. If the freak-off parties were in, or if let's say somebody within the organization, they would still have to show in court and say we're not charging this person, because then Diddy would have said, wait a minute, I am also, if I'm being charged with a RICO case, these are my partners, and
Stacey,
he would have
you're on fire.
turned on them.
So here, Stacey, the people involved in RICO got immunity from the feds. It's real and legal in the US. See, I knew the movies didn't lie. Also, Stacey,
Ron, I'm not saying that it is illegal. I'm saying it's perfectly legal, but they will still have to tell Diddy about it, and they will still have to say this person was involved.
Oh no,
He
Paula,
just got immunity for turning evidence against Diddy, because Diddy needs, by law, he has to be able to defend himself. He has to give the chance to the lawyers to say, yeah, this person is getting immunity, so it could be biased against.
But yeah, Paula, just so you know, this is one of those cases where I was too busy to listen, and I trust you enough that you just talk about stuff that's relevant. I've come back and showed you a comment. I'm just showing that comment because that was the last thing I commented on, was possibly that they can do that. And Stacey, come and join the Discord if you want to come and keep up to date with this, because I would really appreciate it if you want to come and get your say in.
You said, for example, imagine you're in a court case and you are in an organization. Even with the mobsters, this is why they put a lot of hits, and a lot of the mobsters who turn on Gotti, they had to show them, and this is why they got witness protection. Not that they matter, because they ended up getting them anyways afterwards. But they still have to come and testify and say this person, because then the lawyer can turn around and say, well, how can we trust, because this person got immunity? How can we trust that what they're saying is true just to save their asses? You know what I mean? So they have to be able to give that option to Diddy. Stacey, yeah, come and join us.
Hello, so Stacey can pop up.
Yeah, wait, Ron's talking on the phone
in the room. Ron's on
but
the phone.
that is how it is done, guys. I've been through 7 trials.
Surely that's for the discernment of the jury, though, isn't it? I mean, they're going to say that yes, they were charged and indicted, but they've made a deal with the prosecution to go as evidence against Diddler, then they're going to make the jury aware of that.
Yeah,
So
you
that's
have to.
obviously going to have some impact on their decision, I would imagine.
Yeah, of course it does, because then you have to have everything. It has to be, you have to give the defendant every evidence, everything. It has to be
They will
presented
fair
in trial.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
So, I mean, we may not know the
Over
identity. For example, there's a lady who under the name Jane Doe, whose identity probably will never be known because she didn't want to be known. She's a victim. She's entitled to that.
Yeah.
But a criminal who was part of the organization is not entitled to that.
Unless they take a plea, unless they take a deal.
They still have to show to court, and they still have to say this person is part of the organization because this is a RICO case, Ron, and Diddy has a right to defend himself.
If you're a protected witness,
they protect you after you testify. After you testify, that's the deal.
I don't know. Somebody will need somebody. Don't you roll your eyes at me, Miss Paula? If anyone knows, let us know, because Paula, it makes sense Paula's way. I mean, I imagine Paula's right.
Paula is right.
Oh, Paula.
They have to have, like, when they did Al Capone, for instance, when they tried him under RICO, there were so many people in the organization. They had to testify. She's 100% right about that.
Okay, we go.
That's how it works. And RICO would be, they have to name the organization, like, say, a gang, the Disciples. We'll call them the Disciples. If they're charged with the RICO, everybody in that, they're going to testify. And they do take deals a lot of times because
it was really
they don't want to go to federal prison.
Brought in RICO.
No. RICO was brought in for that. What was the mob boss you just said, Mary?
Al Capone.
Yeah, it was
But Gotti, you know the Gotti?
Gotti as well.
Gotti also went on RICO thing, and he had people come and testify against
Paula, like around 1972 or somewhere around there when they started investigating for RICO, and that's when they really
1977.
I can't remember.
It was in 1977. Yeah. You know, and then it was United States versus Sam Bailey gang. So you see, there's a gang, but here you have United States versus Diddy.
Yeah, well,
you have another one. Let me give you another one. It was another RICO case. It was the grand jury. It was Robert against the Robert J.L. Host and Company for conspiracy to racketeering. Is always against an organization, like the mob busters. Every people who testified against Gotti, they had to show them faces, and they got witness protections afterwards. And this is why they put a bounty on them.
We've got Lady Cat, one of our mods, saying it's only day 2. Witness lists are updated all the time. Others charged, indicted under the umbrella of the enterprise are called to testify. Relationships to case are asked if they have been given a deal in exchange for testimony. That's from Lady Cat. Thank you very much for that. Again, I'm not the smartest person when it comes to all of this. Some words confuse me. Also, though, can you please give me some likes and shares? I would really appreciate it if you guys would do that. If you could push this out, help us get this daily show doing its thing, I would really, really appreciate it. We are currently pretty much evenly split at 1,200 viewers on Twitter, 600 on Twitter, 600 and odd on YouTube. I would really appreciate it if you guys could help me push this out and see if we can get to that 4 figures viewing on the YouTube. I would really appreciate it. Too many mafia gangs controlling the USA. Do you know what? Yes and no, right? When we look at the mafia gangs on the grand scale of who controls America, they're kind of low-hanging fruit. The criminal enterprises that we can witness, they're top echelon, though, if you see what I'm saying.
You see, the only thing, this is the offenses under RICO. Okay. Any violation of state statutes against gambling, murder, kidnapping, extortion, arson, robbery, bribery, dealing in obscene matter, or dealing in a controlled substance or listed chemical. Any act of bribery, counter. This is why they're focusing on the transport, because that would be kidnapping. Bribery, counterfeiting, theft, embezzlement, fraud, obstruction of justice, slavery, racketeering, gambling, money laundering, embezzlement of union funds, bankruptcy fraud or securities fraud. Remember that guy who did the Ponzi scheme? That was a RICO case. Drug trafficking, criminal copyright infringement, money laundering, bringing in, aiding, or assisting aliens in illegally entering the country and acts of
Arguably,
terrorism.
we can say all of that applies. It's now just we need to see the evidence. Now, Stacey from the side chat, I'm going to bring you in. Mary Margaret, I'm going to bring you in as well because you keep dropping. Stacey, first of all, can you hear me? You there, Stacey?
Yep, I'm here.
Hell yeah. All right, Stacey from the side chat, who has been dropping truth bombs and knowledge on us. First of all, welcome to the Sean Atwood channel. Thank you very much for being here. And
so glad to be here.
Hit us with some of your points of view, first of all, and then take us into any key points you want to bring up.
Well, I think, as I've mentioned before, we have to give the feds time to build up to the momentum of where this is all going. We only had a half a day really in court yesterday of testimony. They had to go through the jury selection and then do the opening statements. So we really didn't have a full day of court to hear, what they're going to be presenting to the jury and to the court. I think with what was shown yesterday, it was an example of one of many where they're going to show us the actual racketeering actions and RICO events that took place and basically show us who was involved. Yesterday we saw how security was involved on Diddy's side. There were examples of Cassie being, dragged in front of security and nobody protected her. They protected Diddy. They didn't do anything about it. We also heard about how, he woke a security officer up in the middle of the night to go, quote unquote, unalive someone she was, seeing or dating at the time, and drove him to the house and then went on to find Cassie, and eventually when he did find her, he beat the crap out of her. So, it's a buildup of examples of who was involved. So yesterday we saw security was involved, his employees, Do
you think the use of Cassie's footage and Cassie's story early on is being done because there's such a larger scope to what the public previously knew as the full story on? Because
for sure.
Tactic, Ron, I reckon they're showing the worst video straight away to plant that seed in the jury's head, I reckon.
And I think
problem with that.
Hang on, Paula, you've got a problem with that.
Absolutely.
You've got a problem with that, Paula. What's your pushback
Because
on?
this is the worst they have to show. Then they are in trouble because he's already admitted that he is a violent man, that yes, there was DD.
I think what they meant was this is the worst thing that they could show right away that the medias can cover. If they start whipping out the freak-off party stuff right away, it's going to be another Epstein list scenario all over again. Do you see what I mean? So I think you're not wrong. I'll tell you what, though, Paula, if it turns out this is the only video shown in this trial, I'm telling you now, I'm going back to covering Meghan Markle. Okay, because I'm done. At that point, I am done. If they've got how many terabytes did you say, Paula?
9 terabytes, and they haven't even deciphered one. They haven't been able to they haven't even been able to break into the other. Not even one because of how it's protected. They haven't been able to. Yeah.
A lot
I don't
of
think
terabytes.
this is going to be the worst that we're going to see. I think it was strategically done because Cassie is literally due to have her baby in 3 days.
Yeah.
So I think they wanted to get Cassie's evidence and her testimony in first. So this way she can go on, have her baby, and be done with her part in the case.
I would put if this was a gambling table, I think today I'm putting my chips on that. I'm putting my chips on. Oh, we couldn't have made this. We couldn't have done this in 6 months. Now we have to do this now. Now we've got to do this right now. Then we better get Cassie in first. And now listen, this is from both of you got to understand pregnancies. If you've never gone through a pregnancy, I know all you're thinking is, oh, well, she'll just have the baby and she'll be fine.
I haven't. No, I've never been pregnant. I've been lucky.
Listen, so many things can go wrong that aren't even in the realm of wrong during a pregnancy. And then there's all the stuff that can go really wrong that can go wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? Like mums don't see themselves needing 60 stitches afterwards as anything that's gone wrong. Okay? But trust me, there's stuff that can go wrong, even from the good side of going wrong before you go into the bad side. And it's not the stress of this. I just think I think I'm going to put all my chips on. They were forced to build the case with Cassie being one of the first building blocks, and there's nothing wrong with that. And listen, this is live outside the courtrooms here. We're still waiting.
I don't know. I just have a problem the way things are covered because RICO cases are very easy to prove. You don't need to disparage somebody's reputation because you have the receipts. It's very easy to prove. A RICO case
is a slimy son of a gun who allegedly has done all this and abused kids and stuff.
But he wouldn't be by himself, Ron. That is the whole problem I have. Having employees in an organization, you see, an organization.
If he's not the only one, he needs to start yapping. If he wants to go down and keep all the names to himself, or if he wants to
what if he has given names and the prosecution doesn't want to bring those names?
Well, then damn, that's a horrible thought.
Right?
You know, I think
Stacey,
there's two possibilities here.
Okay.
One, we'll be lucky if Cassie doesn't go into labor while she's on the stand from the stress of this.
Right.
But I think it's very possible that Diddy did give names and those people cooperated with the feds and were given immunity, and or the names that he gave, the feds already spoke to.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but they would still need to testify if they were giving immunity, because if he gave names, it would be names of people he did things with who were part of what he was doing. So they would still have to come and face the music, even if they are given immunity.
They don't have to go to court. If they give the feds evidence and statements,
they have to come. Yes,
for the evidence that they share and whatever they witnessed and so forth. They don't have to show up in court, especially in such a public case like this. They need to protect themselves as well.
That is wrong. Every person has a right to face his accuser. No. This is something that I do know. Every person, the defendant has a right to face his accuser.
You can hand over evidence and not even be remotely involved in a trial.
If you are part of the organization that he's naming, he was my partner doing this, he still has to show, even if he gets a thing.
Yeah, you keep going back to this RICO point, right? So we understand that. We've chatted about that, but the point is there other people that have been involved in this? Because there will be people that fall under the RICO, and there'll be people that follow under massive, perverted, twisted monster that just wants to get their jollies off. I imagine a lot of these people that they can't pin the crime on, but can pin the clientele on, or the party goer or the partaker on, will be snapping up deals. Was that what you were meaning, Stacey? Sorry, or were you meaning specifically on the RICO?
Yeah, I think the first is more possible. Yeah. I think that these people cooperated and got their immunity from the feds, because essentially at the end of the day, the feds want to pin Sean Puffy Combs, whatever you want to call him, for all the things that he was involved in. I think they were willing to do whatever it takes to get enough of a case built up against him, including giving immunity to witnesses and people that were part of the whole ordeal.
Yeah. I just want to say, when have I ever claimed to know anything? Berlin man. Okay. Ron, so listen, Ron actually is doing his best. All right, but Ron sadly is an
That's a
expert
good
in
thing. You
PDF.
don't know much
Even if
about
they get immunity, they still have to
Ron,
come and say this person was part of this thing, this person was part of these crimes, but we're not going to charge them because they
Paula,
reached an immunity.
Paula, we're moving on. We're moving on, man. We're moving on from this point. We get it. We're moving on from the point. But yeah, Ron doesn't claim to know anything, right? So if you've come in here thinking that Ron's saying that he knows what he's talking about, you are the idiot, not me. So
just so you know, right now they have the S worker that was on stand yesterday. He's on stand again today.
the guy,
being
yeah.
examined.
okay, this is going to
Yeah,
be an
it's the guy,
interesting-
right? The guy that came.
Yeah, Daniel Phillip.
Yeah, Daniel Phillip. He's
Here,
going to
right?
testify. Yeah, today is the defense that's going to cross-examine him.
Yeah, he's talking about witnessing the attacks on Cassie.
Oh wow.
I'm looking, Ron. If you
Yeah.
look at the Washington Post, they have live updates.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
takes them a while to update, but they're very thorough in the information that they're providing.
Okay. Nice.
So
yeah,
they
I've
give
been
more
on-
info than the Associated Press.
Yeah, I've been on bloody CNN and 1 minute. There we go. Okay, thank you. 1 minute ago, 14 minutes ago. Sorry, everybody. There's wads of updates. Ron's been looking in the wrong place because Ron apparently doesn't know anything. And there's another way to prove the theory of Ron not knowing anything. But once he learns,
None of us do. We're just here commenting, you know. No, none of us do.
You're getting the finger now because once Ron learns, he knows what he's doing. He might not remember how to spell anything, right? Okay. No, Ron was looking on CNN and
I
the
might forget your
BBC,
name as well.
the BBC and Twitter and the CNN. We're getting there, guys. All right, let's relax. Okay, we're having fun here. Okay, lawyers. Okay, so this was. Let me put it up on the screen. That would probably help. Lawyers
looks
are.
like they just posted. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to quickly go through all of these, right? Lawyers are debating the relevance of some text exchanges between Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura that reference a bar fight. Combs's lawyer, Tenny Geragos, wants to introduce the text as evidence, arguing that they show that Ventura got into a fight over issues of jealousy, which the defense says is central to understanding Combs and Ventura's relationship. The government counters the texts are irrelevant in the case. The jury is walking in as Daniel Phillip retakes the stand to continue his testimony and face cross-examination. Phillip wore a suit and tie on Monday afternoon when he testified that Cassie Ventura paid him multiple times to have sex with her in the presence of Sean Combs. On Tuesday morning, he took a bit more of a casual light brown down shirt, untucked and dark pants. 16 minutes ago, Daniel Finnis is being questioned and cross-examined about an assault he had witnessed in the Manhattan apartment. Phillips testified on Monday that he witnessed Sean Combs attacking Casey Ventura during their sex encounters. 2 minutes ago, prosecution witness Daniel Phillips said he cross-examinations after Sean Combs attacked Casey Ventura at the Grand Mercy apartment. She ran to him shaking and terrified. Phillip explained that he didn't immediately start having sex with Ventura after she was beaten by Combs, but the encounter happened organically. He was shaking uncontrollably, obviously afraid, and we started talking for a while before we ended up kissing each other, Phillips said. 2 minutes ago. So far, defense attorney Xavier Donaldson is doing a lot of rehashing Daniel Phillips' testimony from Monday afternoon, meaning we're getting details about the positions, male dysfunction, and assault. And this is all happening in front of Sean Combs' mother and children. Phillips has appeared very confident in the stand, frequently countering Donaldson's questions. And 1 minute ago, start witness Cassie Ventura is expected to take the stand on Tuesday. And is it a Ventura? Okay, I think it's just an overview of that. 3 minutes ago, start Ventura. Okay, so we're up to date. Okay, so now we're cooking. So thank you, Stacey. I appreciate that.
No problem.
So we'll keep an eye on here for anything coming through. So that's really what you were saying as well, Paula. That's what you were really touching on that happened yesterday. And we're just going to wait and see now what this cross-examination comes. What are your thoughts? What do you think is going to come from this, Paula?
Well, the problem is that they seem to develop a relationship, this guy and Cassie, because they were texting each other afterwards. And like he said, it happened organically. you know? So, yeah, so this is the defense is going to have a field day because if they have text messages talking about, apparently there were very sexy messages exchanged between Cassie and this guy afterwards. She kind of seemed to ask him for pictures for herself, and stuff like that. So that's going to kind of take away a lot of the credibility from this guy, in my opinion, because then that means that they have a relationship and he has a reason to lie and cover for her. And that she wasn't being forced to be with him because clearly she enjoyed being with him. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's
but if
that's my take on it.
Once goes back after to re-speak with them, so to speak, because most abused people end up doing that. It's not uncommon, and it's not uncommon for them to try to tear apart the victim either.
Yeah.
No, but he wasn't abusing her. He was like they were both supposedly.
No, I know. I meant Cassie's behavior because of being abused by Diddy.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that. But this guy who they're using as a witness against Diddy was developed an intimate relationship with Cassie, and it was consensual.
Yeah.
So that might be a problem into his credibility. That I'm just saying, because this is what the lawyers were
Conflict of interest.
True. Very
people
true.
were saying. Yeah, okay.
I can understand that. There also, one thing that was interesting is that he mentioned that he would reach out to her and say those things in text messages because he knew that that was the only way that he could get Diddy's attention is by sending those messages so he could see Cassie, because he was very concerned about her safety after the incident in the hotel where he witnessed Cassie being hurt, I guess, for lack of better terms, by Diddy. So at that point, he started to basically check in with her, and his way of doing that was by sending her, text messages that would grab Diddy's attention so they could meet up and see each other. And he also mentioned that at one point he had witnessed so much that he couldn't do it anymore. And he couldn't keep being involved with them. So that's an interesting part of the puzzle too, is, I could understand the credibility part because there was some sort of, understanding and friendship that was somewhat formed between him and Cassie. And he mentioned that in court yesterday, that he felt like they had formed a friendship because she would talk to him about things. But, that could go both ways. Like you mentioned, it can be somewhat biased in the jurors' eyes, or, the defense can run with that.
Yeah. Yeah, because, I this is the thing though, but then again, what does that have to do with RICO? And that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that they overcharged them, and I'm afraid that they did it in order to scare the elites.
Yeah, do you know? I think they're cooking, Paula. I think because you got to remember, American courts are like how Muhammad Ali used to talk about boxing, right? Like the rope-a-dopes, and you got to show them this and then hit them with that, and it's bonkers, mate. I mean, have you ever seen a British court? We literally wear wigs. There's wigs on the judges, man, right? And you don't even get to talk. Like there's no talk. Like there's no nattering. There's just your lawyer says some stuff, and then you go to jail. That's it. It's mad.
Yeah, you're not even allowed to address the judge now.
Right. So American courts,
you used to be able to, but you can't now.
American courts, the American healthcare and the American voting system. I feel at some point in American history, there was a really, really, really tall 9-year-old who got into political power, and no one realized that he was a massive toddler, and he was the one that made these decisions, and you just stuck with him because mad, right? Mad.
That Pitt the Younger.
Love Americans, but the politics is mad, and that's not your fault. But you guys are awesome. So again, I'm just going to.
Well, it kind of is our fault in America because we allow it to continue.
All right.
Continue to
but listen,
to comply and
but
go along just to get along.
Mary Margaret, you can't say that. how long, if I was to say to America, we're going to change the lines on the road from white to another color, but you all have to agree. How many decades before the lines get painted, before you all have to agree on one color? It's just
Probably
impossible.
20 decades.
So trust me,
We
America.
can't agree to disagree.
America.
But we're starting
They drive
small.
on the
We're
wrong
starting
side
in
of the
our
road anyway.
communities.
No, America is up against.
Yeah, we do drive on the wrong side of the road, or is it you guys that drive on the wrong side of the road?
That's true. You got the steering wheel on the wrong side as well.
Yeah.
I would probably freak out if I drove on your roads because I would think somebody was going to head on and
Okay,
hit me.
we've got another update here. Here's a typical exchange between defense attorney Xavier Donaldson and government witness Daniel Phillips regarding the star prosecution witness Cassandra Cassie Ventura. Donaldson, you thought you were in a relationship with Cassie, correct? Phillips scoffs and shakes his head. Incorrect. Donaldson then changes the subject. Oh, here's a picture. All of Sean Combs's adult children returned to the trial on Tuesday dressed in white.
Not fancy dress.
No, it's almost like it's
They did that
almost
yesterday. They dressed in black and white.
it's
What are they doing,
almost
coming as ghosts. Or
no,
something?
it's almost like they're being told this is your humiliation ritual now. Okay. Like, listen, if you don't, oh man, Ron has got some dark theories and all this. All of Sean Combs' adult children returned to his trial on Tuesday dressed in white. The contrast to the black ensembles many wore the day before as they continue to represent United Front support their father. Combs' mother, Janice, arrived in a colorful blazer. The family matriarch has been one of her son's most vocal defenders, calling his mounting legal troubles a public lynching in an October statement. My son is not a monster they have painted him to be. He deserves his chance to tell his side. She said, then I can only pray that I am alive to see him speak his truth and be vindicated. Definitely.
I don't want his truth. I want the truth.
Yeah.
That does my head in when people say, oh, it's my truth. I don't want your truth. I want the truth. Nobody else's.
Yeah.
I wonder if the black and white is also symbolic from the children that, you know, the facts are black and white.
Are you listen?
You know?
Forget about the black and white. Are you not seeing
something there?
Are you not all seeing the butterfly like symbology on the front of this woman's top, and the fact that her glasses look like massive butterfly wings as well? Like, again, Ron's not saying there's a conspiracy here, right? But
she looks like she's carrying a sheep on her head.
Listen. We're not going to comment. I can't,
isn't it?
I can't tell if it's a wig or not, right? So
It
I don't
is
want
a
to.
wig.
Well, then, if you're picking, listen. If you've got the
What's she
option,
doing wearing a
Uber. Just let me. If you've got the option of picking your hair, why would you go for? In fact, you know what? We're being professional. We're being professional here, and this looks to me like, if we're talking about symbolism, this pattern here looks like a big butterfly, and so does.
She looks like a poodle.
I mean,
it's like she got a poodle on her head.
No, well, listen,
Yeah, it does look like a butterfly.
I'm not.
She's very inappropriately dressed for court, in my personal opinion.
For Diddy's
you,
mum.
you don't go walking in there with your girls hanging out.
No, come on.
This is like she dressed for a barbecue.
This is Diddy's mum. This is Diddy's mum. This is conservative for Diddy's mum.
Wow.
This is conservative for Diddy's mum, man.
Is that how you dress, Uber, for a barbecue?
Sorry, but I'd be an orphan if my mother dressed like that.
Oh God, yeah.
The lifestyle of the rich and famous,
Yeah.
they can get away with it, or at least they think they can.
Oh, the
You
white
know, they
nails.
have no
Okay.
use.
All right, everyone. Let's just dial it back a second, right? Because we
I
all.
can't take somebody seriously.
No,
like a Christmas present.
No, it's fine.
mental.
It's fine. But look, we've missed the fact that Bex has made the point that she's got her white nail tips on again. And of course, we've seen the video footage of Diddy talking with his mother outside that party where they needed a drip. And she had her toenails painted white. She had her fingernails painted white. And we've heard testimonies from witnesses and survivors, legends, lore about the white fingernails, the white outfits. Everything has to be white for these parties. And it's an interesting homage, shall we say.
Mm-hmm. You know what I can't wait to see? I want to see if the feds tested the bottles of baby oil and found any kind of paraphernalia, to be YouTube correct, in that baby oil.
Oh.
I can't wait because that is such a key part of the whole sex trafficking part. I'm trying to be, conscious of what I say, but that's a key part of the whole consent issue.
Wait a minute.
Was there anything in that baby oil that basically contaminated a person's ability to give consent?
I'm sorry. You're saying that the prosecution star is Cassie?
Who is this guy? Who
That's
is this?
I think that's Daniel Phillips, the guy that had sex with Cassie.
He is okay. Well, I'm not being funny. The man looks like he has no neck, right?
And I think the other guy is her husband. The other guy, I believe, is her current husband.
Look at this guy. Does anyone remember 90 Day Fiancé with Ed? This is Ed's badass twin. Okay, the necklace wonders, man. This guy, oh man,
he looks like an ape.
He's a square. He's literally
he has no neck.
Yeah, he is.
I saw him standing outside the courthouse when I was due to go in. I'm not turning up to court.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, 100%. I would not be messing with this guy in the slightest. And even his tie has fear, right? His tie is moving away from him. It's like
trying to run away.
His nightmares are probably frightened of him.
Badass.
That.
Yeah, if you ever see someone and you can make their body, their head, and their torso out of a set of squares, don't mess with them. Don't mess with the people who are made of squares.
What was it my mate used to say? He looks like a Roman jelly baby.
He looks like a 20 deck of cigarettes, right, with a box of matches stacked on top of it. Okay. You rip your arm off. Okay, so here we go. So this is the next update. Also seen returning. I'm going to talk slower. Okay. Also seen returning to the courthouse on Tuesday was Alex Fine, husband of prosecutor star witness Cassie Ventura. The R&B singer, known popularly as Cassie, is expected to take the stand in Sean Diddy Combs' trial and detail years of alleged SA and DV at his hands. Ventura met Fine after Combs hired him as a personal trainer. The couple married in 2019 and are now expecting their child. No, Ron, we're not. We're professional journalism. So we've got the husband here, and we've got this is the guy that you said is who took the stand previously, right? This is the dancer, the guy who was involved with Cassie, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Ron.
Yes.
Do you remember Superman 2?
Oh.
When Zod and that came down.
No.
And started creating
Is that the one where he got stuck in the mirror?
Yes, they got broken out of the mirror. And Zod came down. What was his name? Well, you remember when the big dumb one tried to use his laser eyes to do that stick?
No.
And he couldn't do it. Well, that guy on the right looks like he did when he was trying to laser destroy.
Mate, this guy on the right, honestly, it's funny. I'm not being funny, right? But I'm not.
I honestly wouldn't say it to his
I was just
face.
about to say that. I mean, we're poking fun of the guy, but he would rip our arms off and make us eat them. We've got another update.
It didn't happen.
Xavier Donaldson has finished cross-examination of Daniel Phillips, which largely rehashed his prior testimony. On Monday afternoon, Phillips said that he paid to have sex with Cassie Ventura in front of Sean Diddy Combs on multiple occasions. The prosecution is now conducting a redirect examination of Phillips. He reiterated that Combs would give him and Ventura direction during some of these encounters, such as telling Ventura to give Phillips oral sex and instructing them to slather on baby oil. Now, was it Mary or Stacy that brought the baby oil up a second ago?
I did.
Stacey.
Yeah.
Right. So let's talk about that for a second, because all I'm saying, right? All I'm saying is it seems like a bit of a, like, maybe, I can't imagine all of them are going to be dosed. You'd be dosing as you're using them. Like, when it comes to this 1,000 bottles of baby oil, because we did hear testimony. Now, I can't remember who it was that said this, or if it came from one of the credible or less credible sources, but there was people who talked about the fact that they felt woozy after this oil or lubricant was added to them. Can you guys please like and share? Because it just seems like
Javier Donaldson has finished cross-examination of Daniel Phillips, which largely rehashed his prior testimony. On Monday afternoon, Phillips said he He was paid to have sex with Cassie in front of Sean Combs. The prosecution is now conducting a redirect examination of Philip. He reiterated that Combs would give him a Ventura direction.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
So that's a what, like.
If I'm an evil billionaire, do I buy 1,000-liter bottles and then put the narcotics in all of them at once?
But you see, the guy said that he never felt that. It was only baby oil. He never said that he felt woozy or anything after or anything like that. Remember that.
It wasn't.
It was applied to Cassie, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Cassie. Yeah, but he said that Cassie during the encounters was awake and alert.
Now, with the mentioning of the baby oil and that being such a hot topic since this whole ordeal started a year ago, I would be shocked. I would be shocked if the feds did not go through all those bottles to test and see what's in them. Because that is, like I said before, that is a key part of the consent argument. Key, and, granted, there obviously were other paraphernalia involved in these things that took place.
See, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, though.
It's a hot topic. They had to have, had labs do studies on it.
But here's the thing, right? So scopolamine is too dangerous. It's too deadly. It's too deadly. And here's the thing. If we're actually going to talk seriously about substances, how do you manage dosage and overdose? What happens if you make a paddling pool, fill it up with 10 liters of baby oil, someone falls asleep in it? Are they just going to absorb all of the stuff from that 10 liters? I don't know.
Are we talking about the stuff that
well, wouldn't that have been, weren't they allegedly saying that it was GHB in there?
Right, right. So
okay, but then I have this question. I have this question for all of you. If this guy was applying the oil,
one second. Hold on. What are you saying?
If this guy was applying the oil to Cassie, this guy, the sex worker or whatever, wouldn't he also have been affected, and he wouldn't be able to remember anything?
It depends. So arguably,
I could be holding the oil, Ron. It's
no. Listen, trust me. I could be holding a bottle of oil that's got a squirty top, spray it all over you, and tell you to rub it into yourself.
He was slathering on slathering.
But all I'm saying is there
spraying.
is ways for it to be applied without him touching. But your point is very crucial, Paula, because logically you would think he would come into contact with it.
Well, if he was bumping her, it
would be limited. So here's the thing. We have to look at, if we wanted to go down the argument of the GHB side of things, we would have to look at the weight of Cassie and the weight of the other guy, right? And then we'd have to look at dosage versus weight. And then we would have to consider applications on just your hands. If you've already had a few drinks, how you would feel. But for me, I'll be honest, the thought process of filling bottles of stuff up, it would have to be, you couldn't just slather it on someone and have them pass out. I mean, people would be ODing, surely, right? I mean, they'd have to be, And
by the way, let us not lose track of the fact that if there is GHB or any other substances in the baby oil, that was procured by whether it was a medical professional or someone else that was some kind of dealer of some, that's the whole point of talking about this is, somebody put that together and formulated that.
Well, here's the thing. It does say, and I think
that's part of the RICO.
We all kind of got this a little wrong here, because it says instructing them to slather on baby oil. So that sounds to me like they were putting it on each other, if I'm being honest. Like, it doesn't sound to me like one person was king of the oil slapper on it. It feels like they were both asked to do it. And
what if one was wearing gloves?
Well, no, it's not even that. I think really,
I thought about that.
I think we need to look at how that particular substance affects one person who looks like they're about 22 stone and one person who looks like they're about 8 stone, whatever the poundage is in America. But here's the thing. Drinks make way more sense, right? Like if you're going to put something in the baby oil, you're putting it in at like a 3% dosage size, and it's just going to top up what's in the drinks. That makes sense. But I just don't see it being, you're going to slather this on and everyone in the party's just got access to narco oil. It just seems unlikely that it would be the only way to intoxicate someone. I feel like the drinks are the main source, and then they're topped up with the slathering, shall we say.
I think you're spot on with that. I think it was just one of the things in his arsenal to, do the things that he did without, consent being given. And don't forget, there's doctors that are going to be called to witness, and they'll be on the stand to talk about this.
Yeah, 100%. And it could, and again, we're just speculating that it was GHB. There could be a whole strew of stuff that is used by actual doctors, okay, that maybe is what he has. I don't know. I'm speculating here. But I think the drinks are the ones, man. Maybe the bottles had marks in them. I guarantee you,
yes,
they will have been some sort of differentiation, 100%.
There was an interview, I forget who it was that was on this interview, but he was talking about the parties and how, whether they were at clubs or at Diddy's house, they were told, these are the bottles that you don't touch, and those are the bottles that you can drink from.
Okay.
So they specifically separated the bottles that potentially had some other substance in them for the ladies.
Yeah. Okay.
And kept that away from the men.
I fully 100% can tell you that I can get behind that, because you wouldn't want to be standing there. Oh, where's the intoxicated champagne? Oh, don't worry, Bill's over there at the bar topping them all up with suspicious white powder. Just cause a distraction. You'd have everything laid out 100,000,000%. Oh, Paula's been hit by the internet out in her part of the world. Daniel Phillips has conducted his testimony. Lawyers from both sides are having a brief sidebar before introducing the next witness, which is likely to be Cassie Ventura. Can you guys do me a favor? Give me some likes, give me some shares, help me push this out. Since the last time I asked, you guys have got this up by another 100 viewers on YouTube. I really appreciate you. I'm striving to get over 1,000 on YouTube today. So if you guys can help me with that, I would really, really appreciate it. For those of you who are used to more in-depth, knowledgeable narrations on stuff like this, we'll get there. I'm doing my best here. At least now we know where we're looking. Let's go back to the live view and see if we can see. Is that? I don't know that. He looks like a guy. Who is that? I don't think he's anybody. We've got this security guard back as well. Now, Uber, are you still there, mate? Uber? No. Okay. Mary Margaret, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So just what we were talking about there with the baby oil and the dosing and how Diddy got these substances into his alleged victims. What's your take on the lore behind the baby oil?
My take is I don't believe it was baby oil at all. I think they were in baby oil bottles, but I don't believe it was all baby oil. I think it was already a mixture that was already done for weight, for body style, for men or for women. That's my take on it. That's what I really truly believe, because why would the feds take baby oil? Like, really, that's not even good lube anyway.
But the thing is,
it's really not.
Do you know what's crazy? Listen, Uber,
I have this theory.
Uber, just one quick second. Do you know how flammable baby oil is?
Yes, I do.
Like, I used to take a little thing of baby oil camping for when if I needed to start a fire in the wet. You get a little bit of your spark going, you get a little flame, and I'm telling you now, as soon as I seen how flammable that was, Mary Margaret, I imagined bachelor parties in Vegas, right, where there's some lady who's been hired in to come and do a dance for the stag, covers herself in oil way too close to candles. At some point, there has been a stripper burst into flames because of this. I'm telling you, because when you see how flammable baby oil is, all of you are going to be thinking, oh, I mean, it's crazy.
Take your word for it.
Dude.
Yeah, I
dude.
would never put it on my children when they were babies. I would never. We used to use it for camping too.
Yeah.
That's how we would get our fire started.
Mad.
Here's the thing, though, Ron.
Yeah, on you go over.
The problem I have with that theory of putting substances into people via something like baby oil, you've got to get the substance that you want ingested and change the molecular structure to put it into baby oil to then be imbibed through the skin, through the pores. That takes chemical knowledge and money that it's just easier to spike people's drinks. I just can't see somebody going through all that.
Yes. So here's the thing.
Unless you have to change the molecular structure of the substance you're using. If that's the case, it's likely not going to work.
No, dude, listen. Junkies are real smart. Okay.
Yeah, they are.
Someone figured out how to turn anything into something else decades ago.
I'm not saying it's not possible.
No, let's keep going.
Logistics.
No, let's keep going with it.
To just spike it in drinks rather than
I get
spend
that.
all that money.
I get that, but we're talking about a man who has to take in other factors. What if somebody doesn't want to drink? What if somebody, for religious reasons, doesn't like alcohol? Diddy's not going to have that.
What if they don't want to cover themselves in baby oil?
Well, I get what you're saying, but 100% it is so much easier to put stuff in the drinks. But we're talking about true evil and a man who allegedly gets off on coercion and power and all of these things. You and me and everyone else, we don't really think like them. But I'm telling you right now, it might not be the substance like a GHB in the baby oil, but there are so many crazy psychedelics, crazy things that can be added that
absolutely
can mix with things. But it's the overdose factor, Uber. Like,
that's it. That's another logistical thing about baby oil. How do you dose it? How do you know that they're not ODing themselves?
Well, that's it. But again, we're not human transportation, R-wording monsters. So maybe there's a whole subcategory of narcotic that you just don't know about unless you're into doing horrible stuff. Do you see what I mean?
Well, what if, because I still stand on the theory that it's not baby oil that was in there, that it was already pre-mixed, and that's what they used to spike a certain person's drink to where there would be no overdose.
Okay, so it's just a baby oil bottle. It's something that kind of feels like baby oil. Because there's a Russian version of the blue pill that men take for their winky that is an oil form. Like you would rip off a little sachet and drink it.
Yes.
So maybe it could be something like that. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know. But 1,000 bottles of anything is sus. If it was a bottle, if it was bottles of Worcestershire sauce, we'd all be like, "What is he doing with 1,000 bottles of Worcestershire sauce?" If it was 1,000 bottles, you got 1,000 bottles of anything, I've got questions, real big questions.
And that's an awful overkill.
Unless it's bottles of hand sanitizer and you tried to cash in on the freaking in lockdown and now you're stuck with them all. That I could understand.
Contract with all the hospitals,
right? That I could understand, right? But other than that, like, come on.
And that goes back to the question of who formulated it, and therefore that's part of the RICO. Is another person that was involved in this criminal activity.
Makes it a conspiracy over here.
Yeah, because someone would have
to 1 second, everybody. 2 minutes.
Oh, Diddy hasn't got 2 brain cells to rub together.
Right.
So be a turnip.
We know he had to have somebody else formulate that.
100%. He has somebody else tie his shoelaces as well, I think. But there you go. But it's just they don't think like that. This is a thing, and I know I'm still like questioning the logistics of it all, but it wouldn't be surprising to me if they actually did do it and put it stuff in baby oil. It's the type of crazy thing these lunatics do. But the money that it would cost to break down the molecular structure of any kind of substance so it can be taken in by the pores.
Right, and there Stacey is 100% right. That's part of the RICO too. That's where they're getting that, because somebody had to have done it. Like, I wouldn't know how to do that.
No, I wouldn't.
I mean,
I'm pretty good at chemistry.
I have no clue, but there are people out there that are. There's people that have gone to pharmacy school just to concoct things together.
Absolutely. There's
I mean, my
13-year-olds
ex-husband
concocting stuff in their mum's kitchen.
his friend was one of them. And he did the COCANE.
Yeah.
That's what he used to formulate for crack.
What we can do then,
And don't forget,
on you go.
They were given IVs at this party. So, there were probably multiple people involved in distributing, and formulating the baby oil and distributing the IVs after these parties and freak-offs, so
Listen,
that's all going to be part of the RICO.
Also, as well, we're forgetting crazy billionaire madness. Okay. I mean, for example, I've seen legitimate websites on the dark web where I can buy some pretty outrageous diseases, right? If I'm being honest. And there is a weird market of stuff that if you've only ever recreationally used certain things, you ain't going to hear about the other stuff, right? So I just I imagine we're on the normal side of the world, and there's probably horrific things that are used all of the time that we have no knowledge of, because why would we have that knowledge? So let's put a pin in if we think there was or wasn't something. But I imagine if you can keep track of what bottles have got what in it, and you've done this so often, that it wouldn't be then hard to keep track of baby oil bottles that have a certain mark on them or whatever. So the logistics of it checks out, because they already have this alleged spiking situation. Oh, hang on. Oh, the Kirby one. Hang on a second, everybody. Hang on a second. Yeah. 1 second, everybody. I sent the wrong thumbnail to Sean. And if I don't do it right now, I'll forget again, right?
Just can't get this stuff.
Where it got. Right. So
mate, I'm so glad it's you and not me, because the channel would be absolutely doomed if it was left to me, bro. Well, I can't even work X, so how am I going to work YouTube?
Ron's been doing a lot of inner dwellings for the last week. All right. A lot of
self-reflection.
Not even, self-reflection and self-rewiring, if I'm being honest. But it's all good stuff. It's all good stuff. So we're live outside the courtroom again. I really don't understand.
Who was the lady that got out of the car?
I don't
with the
know.
blondish hair.
Ron's got sidetracked staring at a bag that was tied on a railing a second ago, just to show you how observant I am right now. I'm going to go back to, where are we? Here we are. So any updates we have? While the jury is on a short break, Sean Combs' team is in the courtroom discussing issues related to the Cassie Ventura's testimony, which is coming up next. A defense attorney asked that Ventura's husband, Alex Fine, not be in the courtroom, citing, among other reasons, a threatening text Fine allegedly sent to Sean Combs after Ventura filed her lawsuit. The defense said it may, in fact, call Fine as a witness. Wow.
That would be interesting.
And well, there's the first reference of what we can only assume is an example of a witness that they might not have known about being a witness. Does that make sense? If they're wording
they would know that Cassie's husband is a witness to whatever transpired in conversations between Cassie and Diddy.
Mm.
I mean, that's her husband. Of course, he's going to keep an eye on what this kind of person is saying to his wife.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just want to say to anyone who is watching, if you would like to come and join our Discord server where you can call and be part of the show, you You can also talk in text if Ron remembers to bloody check the damn thing. Download Discord. Come and join us. We have a public server as well where we have a big community and we all discuss cases and content. Well, I say we, like as if I'm there and doing all. The community are the ones that drive it. The mods are the ones that keep it safe. You guys are awesome, and I'm super proud of all of you. You really are the best community. Trust me. Ron's been here a while.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and pop off here because I
No
have
problem.
to feed my child.
No problem.
He's starving. to
No
death.
problem.
Of
No
course,
Yeah,
problem.
that's the problem with kids. Every now and again, they need fed, don't they?
Right.
Yeah, I guess I have to. I mean,
Like, I'm all for that, like Lord of the Rings elvish bread that you eat like one bite of a week.
Well, she's
Oh,
a
hell yeah.
40-year-old kid. She's got cerebral palsy, so she can't really cook for herself.
Right. I'm with
So-
you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
So,
Okay.
you guys, thank you so much for letting me come on. It was great to meet everybody. Great to meet you, Stacy.
You too, mate. Thanks.
Oh, nice meeting you too.
Sean, your
Thank you. Have a
panel
great day.
have already
Bye.
hung him. We've already hung him. Are you having a laugh? Are you having a laugh?
Yeah.
Occult Examiner, no problem. I will be in touch with everybody tomorrow. Ron's been formulating some bits and bobs, and
Unfortunately, we're
yeah.
not actually hanging him.
but yeah, don't be stressing. Everything's all set. But yeah, 100% Occult Examiner. I've got you on WhatsApp when I re-engage with the internet tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Yeah, tomorrow. And we'll be all good. So yeah, just let me know that you've heard that. If you don't mind, Occult Examiner. That would be nice. I'm not stressing. That's good. Okay, nice one. But yeah, everything that we had planned, everything's still in plans. So do not worry. Not that you're worrying. But yeah, I've been disconnected. Ron realized the other day that I can't remember watching a single documentary other than ones for work this whole year, but I must have watched 10,000 hours of brain rot YouTube shorts. I don't quite know how it happened. Like, I know it sounds funny, but you got to understand how my brain works. Like, I need to understand how that's happened. Anyway, he's the only thing. Ron is the only person that has a brain like this. It's frustrating.
They call that dopamine hits.
Nah, it's not even that. Maybe it is that, but
Well, if you're enjoying watching them, it will be dope.
am I enjoying it though? Am I? I don't know if I am. Right, hang on. Sean Combs appeared nervous as he went to the holding area for a break before Cassie Ventura's testimony. He adjusted his clothing and glanced over at one of his sons. He adjusted his clothing whilst looking at one of his sons. Uber, what you think?
Worried.
Are worried, or are we doing some little signals here?
No,
Right?
he's worried.
Does two tugs on the right mean get rid of the pizza boxes? Does two tugs on the left mean burn the hard drives? I don't know.
It could do, but I think it just means he's a little bit concerned.
Maybe he just wants to look his best. Who knows? Sean Combs appeared nervous as he went and holding it. He adjusted his clothing over. I looked at one of his sons. The rest of his family had left the room already. He usually has a big smile for his row of supporters, but this time he appeared stoic. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that is because his lawyers will be telling him not to have any facial expressions or show anger or anything like that, because they tell you that over here.
Right.
So it makes sense that he's going to appear stoic, but that little glance to his son just tells me that he's concerned.
Yeah. Also, we call
and
that.
they put that in there because they picked up on it as well, I think.
Yeah, we call that a colon clencher in Scotland.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know how like this is going.
Cassie is officially on the stand right now.
Oh hell!
Now we're going to hear some interesting things.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see some bombs drop now, I think.
Yeah, the government has called Cassie Ventura to the witness stand. Ventura's husband is now in the courtroom. The defense dropped its objections, and Sean Diddy Combs his family is returning. This is like watching a movie with subtitles, and you struggle so much with them that you can't. You know what? Like, it's fine with subtitles. I'm fine with it, but I spend more time looking at the subtitles in the movie. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I wish they would be able to televise this. It would be much easier to follow. And, there's a lot that you can grasp when you see people's expressions, whether it's the witness making their statements or victims making their statements. And then to see what the jurors are doing, if they're reacting, if their, facial expressions show, how they're coping with the information that they're being shown.
I'm not going to lie, a little bit of me does want to like make a little courtroom set out of like finger puppets, just so we've got something that resembles the courtroom to look at. But obviously I'm in my 40s and we can't actually act on all of our intrusive thoughts. So Cassie has been called. This is going to get crazy. What I'm actually going to do just now is, while we're waiting on another update, is let's jump into the headlines just for a minute and see what everyone's saying on here. Diddy trial, it's all the live update stuff. Yeah, yeah. It's just all the same. Oh, here we go. Diddy trial live. Pregnant Cassie Ventura breaks cover as she prepares to take the stand. I don't know if anyone knows that much about meme culture, right? But this was a great choice of glasses. 100%. Right, let's have a little read here.
Are you looking at Inner City Press?
Nah, I'm just looking at a Daily Mail headline that is.
Oh.
It's copy and paste journalism. Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend Catherine Jr. pictured leaving her New York home before she set to testify against him in the case. The disgraced music mogul 55, blah blah blah. We know all this. Yeah, it's just going over everything. It was mainly just a picture that I wanted to show everybody, and keep an eye on these live updates. We'll cut back as well and see what's going on outside here. I don't know if this is live. Is this live? Yes, it is live. Okay. Get rid of these.
The optics in the courtroom must be really interesting, because we've seen, or we've heard, that, over time, Diddy has been looking very frail. He's got a gray goatee, and his hair is gray, and he's looking very, hey, I'm an old man, I'm not capable of doing such a thing. And now you have a very pregnant witness on the stand. So, I can't imagine what's going on in jurors' minds right now as they're looking at Cassie and they're looking at Diddy like, okay, how do we believe?
That is a really interesting point, right? Like, really interesting point about why they're maybe keeping, or, the haggard look of Diddy, the weaponization of that. That's a really interesting one.
It's definitely done intentionally, because he has the ability to dye his hair in prison, but chose not to.
Yeah, 100%. I believe it's done for effect.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that they had the option to dye their hair. So that's really interesting, because no one's buying it, but you would definitely get a sympathy vote, because let's be honest, you can go from looking like a pop icon to shivered old man pretty rapid.
Yep.
Pretty rapid. That's a really good point. A really, really
Not
good
only
point.
that, but remember the Menendez brothers. Their lawyer had them purposely wear sweaters in court to make them look like they were these young, innocent, preppy kids. It gave them a softer image. And, basically so far we're hearing that Diddy is also wearing similar clothing, that gives them a softer image. So it's done intentionally. These lawyers know, hey, if we make him look like he's a softer person, an older, person, nobody's gonna, they're gonna sympathize with
I
him.
completely agree. I mean, look at how sneaky and tactile Walmart is with how they position things in stores to control us and make us purchase. The understanding of how our brain works is utilized so efficiently.
I know.
Just one
lawyers
second.
over there, they get coached in body language and linguistics and persuasion techniques and all sorts.
Just give me 1 second,
the full shebang there.
So we've got another update. Cassie Ventura, the R&B singer and former romantic partner of Sean Combs, entered the courtroom in a brown turtleneck dress ahead of her wildly anticipated testimony. The body-hunging dress highlights that Ventura is in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy. And just before I cut back to you guys, let's double check again. Okay, here we go. This is going to come in thick and fast. The government began asking Cassie Ventura about the argument she had with Sean Combs over the course of their romantic relationship. Ventura said arguments would often end in physical abuse. He would knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp in my head if I was down, Ventura said. That is horrific. And I tell you something, it's just, I mean, what a badass woman. What a badass woman. I love when people get their chance at justice, right? I really, really do. Now, everyone just needs to excuse me. I'm still here. We're still live, but Ron needs to stand up. This chair he sat on, it's a leopard, it's a zebra print, high-heeled chair, okay? They're not meant for sitting on. My knees are almost at, like, my armpits. So I'm going to go and swap my chair for one of the benches that go with the dining set. So if you hear anything, that's what it is. Your boy is
While you're doing that,
while Ron rearranges his house,
we have to remember when Cassie met Diddy, she was 19 years old, and I think he was 37 or 36, somewhere around there.
I do remember that somewhere.
Yeah. So it's also interesting, if the feds are going to address, the coercion over the years, the grooming that may have taken place between their relationship dynamic, where she, maybe at first accepted certain things that were uncomfortable because of certain things he was promising her with her career. But it seems like the latter half of their relationship, she kept trying to get away from him, and he kept dragging her back and, basically, doing whatever he could to control her.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Certainly sounds like
it. I mean, 100%. The problem is with her being 19, people are going to argue.
She's a kid.
Oh, wait, listen. I understand what you're saying, but legally, not a kid, right?
Yeah.
And
legally
signing contracts, got a career, making decisions for herself. Do you think they're going to try and argue that, well, she could have left at any time? But that level of control, there's one thing breaking up with your partner. It's another thing breaking up with your partner and losing everything. And I don't mean, you got the house and the dog. I mean, your music rights, your royalties. I mean, all of it. It must have been, for a 19-year-old, terrifying.
Exactly. And, if you think back, if anyone thinks back to what they were doing at 19 years old, everyone thinks at that age, I'm an adult. I know what I'm doing. I know where my life is going to go. You think you have your life mapped out. And you come to the realization, usually around your 30s, where you're like, I had no clue what I was doing. No clue. So
I was in my late 40s when I realized that.
I think we get reminded over and over as we get older that we had no clue.
Well, look,
everyone's just.
We've got another little update here. I'm now on a different chair and I'm now way too high up. It's a tough world for me. It's back in the courtroom on Tuesday is Rodney Little Rod Jones, a producer who worked with Combs' most recent project, The Love Album. In a lawsuit filed against Combs last year, Jones alleges that he was forced to solicit SEX workers and perform SEX acts to pleasure Mr. Combs from 2022 to 2023. Combs' legal team denied the allegations and called them pure fiction. I mean, this is the long road of individuals coming forward to tell their harrowing tales of coercion and all of that. You need to give me a minute. I'm sorting. I need to just sort this seat again. Hang on. Now we're in a better place. Okay. Right. All right, that's better. Right. There we go. All right. So, come on. There we go. Let me just check one more update here. No, that's us. So, I imagine Cassie's not going to hold back in this. I imagine she is going to bear all. Then, of course, we've got our husband. We've got the text messages. This is going to be a pinnacle. And I think all of us are just waiting on the edge of our seats for the next update. 100%. Now, while you guys are waiting and watching me staring blankly at the screen here, if you guys can like and subscribe, please push this out. Help me get my little coverage of this out to as many people as we can. Now, can you guys, please, if you want to come and have your say on the show, come and join the Discord, call in Discord, and come and join the room to be on the show where Kaza is. Come and join us here. Like and subscribe. Make sure you push this out for us. YouTube basically likes to kick people off the streams because awesome. So if you guys could give us a little bit of a hand and help us push this out, that would be great. If you do want to come and have your say, please just let us know on the Discord. The mod team is there to assist you. And we want to hear your thoughts. You guys are, the reason why these shows exist. And I'm really, really keen on getting as many of you as involved as we can. Right. Cassie Ventura is testifying about freak-offs, which she says Sean Combs introduced to her within the first year of their relationship. Sean proposed to this idea, this sex encounter that he called voyeurism, Ventura said. Asked what a freak-off entailed, Ventura said it included the hiring of male escorts and setting up experiences and performing. Combs would direct the performance, she said. Ventura had her eyes down, recounting this, pausing to slowly exhale. Uber, what do you get from that description of body language?
The slow exhale is normally there's stress, and it'll be emotional for her.
And the looking
we
down.
don't really get much from that other than pausing slow to exhale. Yeah, I mean, it just shows that there's stress. She's receiving some kind of emotional stress.
I said her eyes were down when she was recounting as well. Is that
that's women tend to put their eyes down like that when they're accessing their emotions.
All right.
We call that eye accessing in body language. Women do that downwards to access emotions. Men look up.
Beverly Rhodes coming in with the freaking uppercuts. Bev, I'm back on the internet from tomorrow on all of my stuff. I've been on a bit of a journey, but I'll fill you in. Jay-Z has been allegedly flipped and is giving prosecution evidence. So he has made a deal, allegedly, maybe I don't need to say allegedly, but you can never have too many allegedlys. Well, listen, if Beverly Rhodes is saying it, there's a good chance that no one else knows. There's probably somebody in an FBI office going, oh God, she's done it again. She's done it again. Right. So yeah.
Probably take the feds 3 weeks to figure out she's done it anyway.
Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, 100%. But yeah.
I think the body language that's being described, that's also something that women do with regret and shame.
Yeah, this is what I said. There's some kind of emotional stress going on there. So it probably is regret and shame. But that's subjective, isn't it?
I think that's a human thing. I think men, I don't think necessarily that is just a female trait, if that makes sense. Also, the more times
it is when accessing emotions, because when women access their emotions, they tend to look down, whereas men tend to look up.
Also, I will say,
how it is.
Uber is one of our community members, and he has spent a lot of his time studying as a hobby, and he's gotten really good at the body language stuff. So he's our little resident who gives us our input. Don't think he's some crazy chauvinistic individual who are trying to paint women in a different light than men. He does know what he's talking about, and we appreciate you. Now, Laurie,
I'm still crazy, but I know.
Oh yeah, but you're good crazy. Now, Laurie is new to the call, and Laurie, can you hear me? You're live on the Sean Atwood channel. Are you there?
Hello, Ron. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Absolutely wonderful. So excited to see this case get underway.
Right.
And for all the victims to get the justice that they deserve. I really think it's so interesting that the jury saw him the whole time during jury selection, walking normally and throwing up big ups and stuff for his people in the crowd. And yesterday it was reported how he came in like stumbling and walking crazy. Like, does he think really the jury didn't see how he was walking for a week prior?
Well,
they knew.
It's interesting you say that, because we've just been touching on the weaponization of his clothes, his attire, his mannerisms, his grayness, his frailness. And it's something that I hadn't really put much thought in, but now it's so clear what they're doing. Now, we do have another update. I just remembered my stomach falling to my butt. Just the nervousness and confusion in that moment, Cassie Ventura said, recounting her feelings when she first learned about the nature of a freak-off. She was 22 at the time and didn't have a concept of how it would be a turn-on, she said. But Ventura said she loved Combs very much and wanted to make him happy. Right, I'm just going to refresh again.
And we hear that from the other witness that's going to be taking the stand as well, where she wanted to be the main woman in his life and did whatever she could to make him happy to try to earn that, that piece on the pedestal with him. And, he just, they were saying yesterday, I forget what I was listening to, where essentially they were pointing out that there's a reason why Diddy never got married, is because he was never a one-woman man, and this other witness that's going to be testifying, or victim, she went along with it for the same reason that Cassie's saying that she went along with it. She loved him and wanted to make him happy. And that's sad.
But is that not so often the tale in so many cases of
very often
like I mean, let's take Hollywood out of it. I mean, how many people, we've probably all known someone who's stayed with someone they probably shouldn't have, and we'll never really get it, I don't think. And that's
they were chasing a hope and a dream.
And that's okay. It doesn't mean anyone's it doesn't mean that, you failed at anything. It's just, it's fascinating how our brains all work. It really is.
Well, and narcissists are really good at getting everyone to make them the center of their attention. They're very good at that, and it seems like a lot of people in his life that has been in his life all fall in that same category of, oh, yes, I want to be his everything. Look at Gina Hahn. All she wanted him to do was be nice to her, love her like she loved him. That's one thing narcissists are very, very good at.
Yeah. And it's a dangerous, toxic mindset. And so many people fall victim to these individuals. But it's common, it's a mindset that is well versed with these individuals too. Right, there we go. So we've got a bit.
I will say one thing though, in just basic psychology, men tend to date down where women tend to date up.
Yeah.
So women tend to date men in a higher social place than they are, or some kind of status. But men date down. So, and as a lesser person, basically, and that's basically because women are more emotionally stable and have the confidence to elevate themselves to that position, whereas men need to feel control for some unknown reason, unfortunately, and they date downwards. So that's basically how the dynamics work in dating with men and women.
Interesting.
Absolutely.
I believe it. I've seen it with the ex-boyfriends of mine.
It's fact. It's scientific.
Yeah. Because men can't handle a woman in power.
That I think that's a lot, and a lot of men don't like. They feel intimidated by women taller than them. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know. I don't understand why most men have to be like that.
They have to.
It's an unfortunate reality.
To be honest, I don't know if I'm comfortable around anyone that's bigger than me. It's not just a women thing. Like
that guy with no neck.
Like, yeah. For example, right? If like the apocalypse happened when you're like in the bank and you're surrounded by big dudes, and the apocalypse starts then, like that is an unnerving scenario for me. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, like big, massive, huge, giant people. Like one in a room's great. One in a room's great. Where there's enough of us, we can swarm him. Do you know what I mean? But let me just check for updates here. 1 second. Okay. Cassie Ventura didn't feel she had much of a choice but to participate in Sean Combs' freak-offs, she testified. Ventura, who described herself as naive and a total people-pleaser, feared making him angry or uncomfortable with a rejection. Combs controlled much of her life, she said. Later, Ventura feared that she would be blackmailed with these videos and images of her participating in freak-offs, as well as threatened with violence. He had many resources to spread those images on the internet, she said. It was always in the back of my mind that I would somehow be hurt by him. Sean is a really polarizing person, also very charming. So it's hard to be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. Damn, this is some heartfelt stuff, man. Like she's taking her freaking moment, man. She's taking it.
Yeah, I'm sending her so much strength today. You know, she's going to need it to get through this. And, you know, here she is days literally from delivering her baby, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's it. We were discussing earlier the possibility of the case being set up around Cassie, obviously because of her pregnancy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you should be able to see on screen now, guys. You should be able to see who's talking. When I cut back to the other view where I'm on camera, you will you should still be able to see, but it's a little bit smaller. So I've just cut back outside the courtroom. I feel like this is like looping, though. I don't know if it's live outside the court.
The Washington Post has 7 people in the courtroom that are basically doing these live updates for us.
Yeah. Well,
so like I mentioned before, it takes a while, but they're very thorough when they provide the updates.
I'll be sure witnessing today. I heard they brought up Kim Porter.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what they bring up with Kim Porter, because apparently, you know, there's been a lot of talks about the diary that she had. And I wonder if the feds are going to bring that into evidence as, you know, a way to show that she was a victim of DV and whatever she may have seen going on that were, you know, part of the RICO, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, apparently she did that diary with intention. You know, she was trying to also get away from Diddy and knew that it was a dangerous task for her to try to do that.
Yeah. I mean,
and then suddenly she's no longer here.
Yeah. The suspicious unalivings that sort of surround Diddy are, I mean, it's horrific. I mean, if everything that Diddy is alleged to have been involved in, the unalivings, the coercion, all of this, it paints a picture of an absolute monster. An absolute monster. Oh man, I keep putting these in the wrong place.
I wonder if the feds got to, there's a guy that knows how much Diddy allegedly paid for Tupac's unaliving.
Yeah.
I wonder if the feds got a hold of him.
I mean,
and if that's going to be part of this.
I think we would all love to see Tupac get some justice. I mean, to be perfectly honest, it's
Yeah.
I mean, you got to remember, people.
Anyone that was a victim of his, alive or not.
You got to understand, to be gunned down outside a Vegas hotel after a Mike Tyson fight, as everyone is coming out of the place, and no one saw anything. No one. No police took any testimonies. Nah. No witness reports. Nah. The person that was part of that had connections. And I've always said that piece of footage of Diddy being given the key to New York City, and then weeks into the Diddy arrest, the mayor of New York is subsequently arrested for a bunch of crimes. I think his political status is what saved him. I think they charged him with a bunch of stuff, gave him a good slap, and told him, "Be gone with you," because there's more to that story. There really is. It really bothers me.
Between the mayor and Diddy?
Yeah, between the ex-mayor of New York and Diddy, especially with Diddy's dad. And like, New York is legendary for corruption and for political backhandedness that ties down into the underbelly of the criminal world. And most cities are like that, you know what I'm saying? But New York has a very flavorful history with it all.
Did you know that there's also a police officer in Detroit who came forward and said she was essentially bribed to pin certain crimes that took place in Detroit against other innocent bystanders to cover up for Diddy? That they were paid a lot of money to do this repeatedly. There was like 120 or some odd people that were accused of crimes that they never committed because of this. And she said she doesn't care if she loses her job to come forward. She had to tell the truth.
We've heard testimonies from YouTubers who've apparently given thumbs up or thumbs down in courtrooms to judges who have material that is being used against them to control the outcome of cases. You know, Ron imagined some stuff, but he didn't imagine that being said. And you have to wonder, with individuals who are capable of swaying justice, how deep-rooted were some of these allegiances to this man?
More than we'll probably ever know.
Yeah. All right. New update.
Yeah, because you have how many tapes? Who's on those tapes? Like, I know it's not just actors, entertainers, singers. There's got to be some political figures.
Oh, 100%.
Because how do you hide this for so long?
100%. And you know, let's think out of the box here politically, right? What about princes, kings? What about foreign diplomats? What about diplomatic immunity, right?
Exactly.
Because I'm not being funny. We all remember Lethal Weapon, right? I have diplomatic immunity. You all remember that? That happened, okay? Yeah. And we all know movies don't lie, all right? They do. They don't believe what I'm saying. But he was caught up in a pretty bad case, and I'm pretty sure diplomatic immunity is pretty badass. Like, I'm pretty sure you can do some horrific things and then whip out the diplomatic immunity and you're gone. I could be wrong because I'm just a guy on the internet.
Well,
but
look at the Italian mob. That's the way that they operated. You know, they had the right connections to get away with stuff, to hide things. And, you know, granted, obviously over decades, that can only last for so long. And now the mob is somewhat, you know, extinct, but it went on for many years. You know, they had the power and the money to get their way out of things, and you know, now we're seeing it in this instance, and in many other things that we're seeing in the media where people have gotten away with stuff just because they had the money, which gave them the power to have connections that allowed things to go on that shouldn't have.
JFK. Look what happened there
Mm-hmm.
with JFK and all the stuff that was hushed up there for decades. So it proves people can be bought off.
Oh, listen, there's no question about whether people can be bought off, but buying
And
people off.
let's not forget the mob put him in the White House as well.
But you got to remember, it's people that haven't had that rubbing the shoulders with the criminality that forget. No one wants to pay anyone off. Paying off is a term we use for figuring out a way of forcing you to do something. Okay. And if 6 months ago we were best buddies and you're taking me to your freak off parties and we're having a great time and I don't know I'm being filmed, maybe nothing illegal's going on, but if I'm a freaking political figure and I've got 6 or 7 ladies all up in my grill and a couple of dudes all up in my grill and it's all been photographed and filmed, that is a powerful weapon.
Yes, he knew what he was doing.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Those are insurance policies.
Oh,
Yep.
They certainly frickin' are.
There's another update, Ron.
Yeah, Ron is just doing one quick piece of technical fixing, and then he will read this out. The update is up on screen, though, because sometimes we're in the middle of something and I just want to put it up. But just give me 1 second to do this. I'm just trying to, because I've got to do a whole bunch of things behind the scenes whilst I'm doing these lives. I'm setting it up so that I can do all that quicker. And now I just have one more thing to do. Bear with me. And now I should be able to do this and do this, right? Yes. Okay, great.
You know what's interesting, is that Cassie had an album out before she got into a relationship with Diddy. And then once she got into a relationship with him, even though he promised her, fame and fortune, and a stellar career, she never put another album out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the bait and switch, the classic tactic of bait and switch. Right. Let me read this out. Asked about what she knew about Sean Combs before she met him, Cassie Ventura said, "I just knew that he was larger-than-life entrepreneur and musician. I was a fan of the music." Ventura was around 19 years old when she signed a 10-album deal with Bad Boy Records. The 10-album deal. Those days are gone. The record label Combs funded in early 2006. About a quarter of a dozen people who have filed sex abuse lawsuits against Combs also claim they were aspiring entrepreneurs. They fell into his orbit. You can read the Washington Post analysis of the striking patterns amongst Combs' alleged victims. Now, coercion, grooming, control, power dynamic, all of that. This is the MO that we've described from the start with this man, this controlling desire he wants over everyone. Now, give me a minute because we've got a few more updates. There's a tactic enterprise there's a the impact of assurance of that the next 3 or 4 minutes, our dopamine levels are being manipulated by vetted professionals. But more than that, we demand excitement and we don't really care how we get it. Sometimes a miracle happens. A song that has very little of the first thing generates wild amounts of the second thing. And through that tiny window of time, life shimmers with possibility. An excerpt of the full story of Cassie. She was on her way to massive pop star, and then she met Diddy. The government is going back in time a bit, promoting Cassie Ventura to recall her early interactions with Sean Combs when he was her boss, but not yet her boyfriend. Ventura described Combs kissing her in a hotel suite around the time of her 21st birthday in Las Vegas. She said she was confused by the kiss and recalled crying and running off. She was a new artist and didn't know the lay of the land and wasn't used to the executive acting in a sexual romantic way, she added. Sean Combs' trial will not be broadcast, and sketches are the only visuals the public will have of him in the courtroom. On Tuesday, an artist illustrated the moment where Combs made a heart hand gesture to his family members as they arrived, and similar greeting to one he gave on Monday. Jeez, honestly, can you just imagine these people sat in a courtroom with their little pastels and their little pad of paper, rapid drawing, just them and the people that have got to make all the words, like type all the words out on those keyboards with like 4 buttons on them. Freaking work cut out for them. Work cut out for them. Right, let me just double check.
Doesn't he look like a bit like a caricature there? They made his head really big and long, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't care. He's an idiot, but you know.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it's an interesting job, though. Anybody ever met a courtroom sketch artist? I imagine it's a few and far between profession, but it'd be an interesting one.
I've met a police sketch artist, but not a courtroom one.
Yeah, I imagine
Years ago.
It's a niche. It's a niche group, I would imagine, for sure.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah. Now, let's just see if anything's going on outside here. I don't think there is on the courtroom side of thing. Now, side chat. Please remember, I encourage all of you to come and join our call-in Discord. Come and be part of the show. Give us your thoughts on the case. And okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
What kind of qualifications does someone have to become a courtroom artist?
Rapid sketch power.
Really good at
Like,
drawing, right?
just rapid drawing. Because you got to remember, he sat there, put that symbol up, and then that moment is over in about 4 seconds. And then, like, what happens if something more exciting than that happens? You then stop that drawing and then go to the next drawing, and then go back to the first drawing.
Multiple in there.
There has to be. I'm telling you, man. There's some chats to be had with this. Like and subscribe, people, if you can. Really would appreciate it. Probably an art degree. Yep, probably a good shout there, Gavaldo. That's probably the first step towards that profession.
Well, definitely.
Now, we're obviously going to be here covering this throughout the day and right now. Just now, okay. Asked by prosecutors why she thought Sean Combs. Oh, hang on. Why she thought Sean Combs' company. Wait. Asked by prosecutors why she thought Sean Combs' company, Cassie Ventura said, "I wanted to be around Sean for the same reasons as everyone else at the time. This exciting, entertaining, fun guy who also happened to have her career in his hands. I felt special because not a lot of people got time with him," Ventura said. Isolation, control. It's so...
Have my career in his hands. That is powerful.
Yeah, of course. The 21-year-old.
Controlling and coercive narcissist.
Yep.
See, it's interesting, right? Because
narcissism, they call it.
It's like when we look at the Diddy case, and Uber, you sum it up as coercive narcissist. It's almost like it's so simplified, that analogy. But imagine if every one of those narcissists had the budget of Diddy. How many Diddy level Diddy narcissists there would be? Because budget is what often separates.
I don't think we have enough prisons for that.
Exactly.
Johnsons and Johnsons would be making bank. I'll tell you that much. So, for sure. Now, let me know what you guys are thinking in the side chat. And make sure you come and join us. Make sure you like and subscribe. Make sure you're doing all of that.
Ron, I saw I saw Little Rod on another platform walking up today with his lawyer. Do we know if he's scheduled to testify after Cassie, or he was present this morning in the line?
Shouldn't that be a discovery, though, that the sequence of the witnesses?
It should.
There is a witness that is remaining anonymous, so it could be.
Could be.
And I heard that he dropped, his case got dismissed, and if that's true, then I would think that he did that to testify because he felt more, it would be more impactful to just testify at the trial than to try to, bring a civil case.
That's interesting. That's a good one. Yeah. Could be.
I don't know how your laws work. Over
Keep
there.
in mind as well, I think it was actually Stacey that mentioned that part of the RICO trial was apparently to do with the transportation of these individuals, which is possibly where it ties in with Cassie. Now, here we go. Next update. After Sean Combs kissed her at her 21st birthday party, Cassie Ventura testified he would invite her to meetings in hotel rooms in New York. He said she felt nervous, excited about these, and felt nervous and excited about these. We're going to talk about music, or we're going to talk about what's next, Ventura recalled thinking. Over the period of time Combs introduced her to oral, Ventura said he just kind of made me feel crazy for not reciprocating after he performed. Yeah. I don't know why my always pronounce it reciprocating, and my brain has probably never seen it written down. After he performed it on her for the first time, she recounted, she said she was completely sexually inexperienced at that time and was in a relationship with another person.
I've got some real issues with that.
All right.
Sorry, but I've got some issues with that statement.
Yeah, okay. Wait, hang on a second. Do you want me to read it out again, or can you see it on the screen?
No, I can see it.
All right.
I'm just having issues with what she's saying.
All right.
So.
Well, okay. Well, hit us with it, Uber. Hit us with it.
Well, when she says we're going to talk about music or we're going to talk about what's next, Ventura recalled, Joe, thinking over this period of time, Coombs introduced her to oral. Ventura said he just kind of made me feel, he just and kind of are red flags in statement analysis because they're, what's the word? It's sort of, kind of, not exactly, but something like, it's called reticence.
Okay.
I can't remember the other word, but that's a red flag. That's something that we look at in statement analysis.
Which part are you talking about?
When she says kind of made me feel 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line down right at the beginning, kind of made me feel crazy for not reciprocating. He just
he just kind of.
They're red flags. A statement analyst would be going, yeah, I'm not buying this.
Interesting.
100%. I've even got just and kind of on my deception deck.
Oh, wow.
Do you think that maybe part of her testimony will be
made up?
Not only difficult, but a little, what's the word I'm looking for? A little skewed or kind of
traumatizing?
Filtered because of her husband being present?
So I'm just going by her words, mate. It's her own language, and it just and kind of are red flags.
Is there argument for nerves or the fact that again her husband is in the room or anything like that could be factored in for that?
No, not in that. We have an internal dictionary between 20,000 and 30,000 words. So we choose our words very carefully. It's done in a microsecond in the frontal lobe and neocortex.
Just for those viewers out there who, for some reason, have heard Uber's little point there and heard basically that Uber is saying that this is all lies and she's lying. That's not what he's saying. It's not flagged up. It's not what he's saying. He's given us the statement analysis and detaching from the source and looking at it as points of data. So that's all we're doing here. So anybody who may have taken that the wrong way, I'm just getting ahead of you in the comments. Okay. Let me just check for any updates here.
And completely as well would be another one.
Okay.
I mean, we'd put a pin in that. We wouldn't say it's deceptive just because of that, but it's another qualifying word.
Okay. All right, guys. If we can get some likes and some shares, help me push this out. I would really appreciate it. I'm a bit of a stickler for you all liking and sharing because you're adults. It doesn't cost any money. Get it done, please. Right, Ron needs to stand up and walk around while he's talking because his backside is now completely asleep. So
no, we can hear it snoring, mate.
Right. Okay. Sometimes you just got to stand, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
What I should really do is set stuff up on the little the electric desk that goes up and down. That is freaking awesome.
Ron, didn't you just get a new chair for Christmas?
Yeah, since that chair, I broke that chair plus the 2 garden chairs, and now I'm sitting on one of the benches for the dining table, or Dan's what she calls a decorative chair, which is a huge high heel with zebra stripes on it.
What are you doing to those chairs over there?
Well, in all
He's
fairness,
so excited.
in all fairness, the 2 garden chairs had been outside for 2 years and had rusted, and they were like the cheap $30 for a table and a set of chairs, where previously in time they would have been woven with like wicker, and now it's basically melted down car tires that are turned into some sort of plastic. And I leant sideways to pick something up off the floor and bent one of the frickin'. And listen, there's 1,000 ways of murdering a chair. I've done it all. Okay, like outside in my garden is at least 6 chairs, and there's another like at least 6 chairs. But
All right, to your defense, they say things don't usually last more than 2 years nowadays. So I guess
I hate that.
You're lucky they surved more than that.
I hate.
These chairs don't last more than 2 meals lately.
Yeah, listen. But all I'm saying is, don't buy things off Amazon. Go to shops. Okay, here we go. Cassie Ventura traced the beginning of her romantic relationship with Sean Combs to a trip the pair took in Miami a few months after her 21st birthday. Now, keep in mind the drinking age in America is 21. It was the first time they had sex, Ventura said, and the first time they intentionally took disco biscuits. After that trip, we were just together, Ventura said. I'd become one of his girlfriends after that trip. At the time, Ventura thought they might be in a monogamous relationship. I can't say naive enough, Ventura said, describing her mindset at the time. All right. What do you think there, Uber?
She says after that trip, we were just together. But in that context, when I look at it again, it's not out of whack, but it's something that we put a pin in because I can't think of the word. My head's gone blank.
Well, see, I think I understand what she's trying to say, because she's trying to say that they were just together. And
yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I looked at it again and saw the context, it still doesn't make me feel comfortable with it, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
There were no labels at that point.
Yeah. So it would just be something that statement analysis would put a pin in and go, oh, you were just together. Okay, we might have to go back to that. That's all.
Yeah, I think it's more of an assumption at that point that, they consummated a relationship. I think that's what the implication is.
Yeah. I think it's like, it's trying to define coming together, but not officially being together. If that makes sense. That makes sense. That's the way I took it.
It does, yeah. But it's still, it's still something in a language that I'm picking up.
What is this cameraman up to? Oh, man with a banana in his pocket, of course. Like, too good.
Yeah.
So you see how many social media people are here, TikTokers, all this, and you're telling me that none of them at all were bothered about Virginia when she was in hospital. None of them at all. None of them at all decided to go and watch her leave hospital. Yeah. You know why? Wasn't there, mate. Fabricated story. Shenanigans, some might say. But I tell you what, Sean, like I say, he had me do a thumbnail earlier about was Virginia unalived because of the footage that's going to be exposed during this case and the Schwepstein scenario. Now, let me just go back and check if we've got any more updates. 3 minutes ago, no, we're still there. So we'll just keep an eye on what's going on in the courtroom. Now, Ron is probably going to have to order some food. We're just going to keep this going.
Break another chair.
Listen, I've got none left, mate. In fact, I've got one. You know what a secretary or a reception chair is.
Yeah, I've got one.
So no. You've got an office chair. So these are the ones that, when you go to the dentist and the person's sitting on like a chair that's high up, it looks like a stool, and it's got like a ring round the bottom of it.
Yeah, I know the ones you mean.
Yeah, basically they were designed by sadists, right? So you can sit on them, but not in any way that a human is meant to be comfortable. Like you will have a posture and it will be correct, or you will slide off this thing.
Designed with your ass.
So I have one of them in the kitchen that goes really well with the electric desk. So you might find that if we're doing this and just letting this go all day, that midstream I may change location in the house and all of that. But that's why we've got Uber, right?
Ron, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do these chairs just so happen to break when you get hungry? Are you getting hangry at the chairs?
No. Basically, right? I go on Amazon and I go, oh, that looks like a good chair. Pay 130 quid, and then realize it's a 29-pound chair from Temu that someone has bought 100 of, put them in an Amazon distribution center, and sold me. So then it's just, do you know what? I just charge me the money for a chair that's going to last 10 years. I don't like buying stuff all the time. Like there's only so much crap that we can pull out of the earth to make crap with. And we're making too much crap. Too much.
Far too much.
Have you ever gone into a store and sat in chairs and tested them out before buying them?
Nope. But you bet your frickin' backside I'll be doing it this time.
I've done it with a bed, but not a chair.
So yeah, got to do it with sofas and chairs, people. You got to do it. That you wouldn't. You got to. We're still waiting on updates. You got to. And I tell you what, you want to pay money for good shoes, good couch, good mattress, because when you're either in one or the other at any one point.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But you're talking to a guy that feels guilty if he wears some pairs of socks more than others. Do you know what I mean? Like,
what do you feel like you're betraying the other sock?
Yeah, well, yeah. No, it's not funny. It's not funny. This is the stuff I have to deal with on a daily basis.
It's not funny. It's hilarious.
Honestly, and you become really attached to one pair of socks and you lose one, and it's like you've got that whole morning to go through. Honestly, I need to go. I need to leave the house more. No, I need to go. I need to go outside more. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is.
You're too sheltered.
Socks are not your friends, Ron. Socks are not your friends. Meet real people. All right. Okay. Look, Ron's just had his 5 minutes.
The world beyond your digital one.
Yeah. Ron's just had his 5 minutes of crazy. Let's see what we can see. What's popping up on Twitter and things like this. Because we've got that one really good source, which is here, Washington Post. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll maybe jump into some headlines in just a moment. Just checking for more updates. And I'm pretty sure I've seen all of this footage already and they're just looping this. Because I'm pretty sure Diddy's lawyer should be in there and I'm pretty sure I just watched him walk in again. Becoming attached to socks. You don't know what it's like. You don't know. Okay. Let's have a look.
Yep.
Just bear with me, everybody. Right, let's get the chair back. Bench of construction. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I think this is old footage. Let me just see what the headlines are saying, everybody. Yeah, everyone is just keeping a close eye on Cassie's testimonies. And okay, here we go. Prosecution witness Cassie Ventura described being enamored by Sean Combs in the early part of their relationship. I really fell in love with him, she said, describing him herself as a little shadow who followed him around. She thought it was my first real adult relationship. But as the relationship continues, Combe experienced more control over Ventura's life, such as how she looked, whom she was speaking to, and what she was working on that day, she testified. She said he was an incessant caller who would have staff, assistants, and security continually pester her until he found you. During her testimony, Ventura has been pausing to take slow, deep breath, and she also has been running her hands over her belly, adjusting herself in her chair.
Oh, I hope she's not in labor. She's just got to make through today.
Yeah.
She could be breathing that way because she may be having contractions. I mean, she's days away from her due date.
Yeah.
Ron?
Yes.
Says here, weakening modifiers. Phrases like kind of, sort of, and seemed like, piss off because you're like, sorry language, seemed like indicate uncertainty. Whether they are used correctly by someone being honest or misleadingly by someone who is lying, any statement following these phrases should not be automatically accepted as true or accurate.
Honestly,
I couldn't think of the word. I'm sorry, my head went blank.
Yeah, that's right. That's 90% of my day. Yeah, that's interesting. So you can even create a sense of doubt even when it's truth, just by the terminology. Yes. That's interesting.
Yes. It's to do with the context as well. You can use certain words, and if they're used in the right context, they don't flag up. But if you use certain words out of context, especially things like past tense or missing kids and stuff like that, they're huge red flags.
Yeah. Just want to say, Beck's gorgeous looking doggo. Had a feeling she might go into labor. She's due on May 15th. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Happy birthday, Ron.
It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday. Whoever started that, it's not my birthday. Also, where's
Helena?
Where's the other James? Where's Viking James? Mac and Mrs. Mac. Where's the Viking James? Am I imagining things? Or have I not seen James in a while? It's not my birthday. But yeah, let me know if Viking James was okay. My dog's anniversary tomorrow, best dog ever. I'll have to talk to you about that. Oh, no. Oh, no, that doesn't sound good. Okay. Well, we can definitely do that. Well, we're slowly trickling up to the 3.5 hour mark. Where are we? We're at 5 o'clock. We're doing great. Let me just check some of these analytics. Bear with me, please. Oh, yeah. Right. Nice. Okay. So, Bailey has come to join us in the join. Now, Bailey, are you there?
Hello?
How you doing, Bailey? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I was actually just chatting to Kaz earlier, see you.
Oh, sorry, Kaz. Just pulling your friend away. So, how you doing? First of all, welcome to the channel. Obviously, we know exactly who you are, but
yes,
tell us your thoughts on all this.
Where to start? Well, I mean, the stuff that's coming out about him right now, right? There's a lot of evidence there, but I wouldn't want to condone anybody for, gossip and people making lies and people saying they've been to these parties and that party and I've been there and I've transported this person, I transported that person, because there's no receipts for any of it. I mean, obviously they've got enough case now. The feds have actually been working on this for years and years. So I think what you were saying earlier about that they're kind of based on Cassie, I think it's kind of stemmed to there, but I think they've got a lot more stuff that we don't even know about yet. People that we don't know about that are going to come on and give evidence or whatever. But what I do think is it's pitiful is the people that were actually involved with it, the people that are still they're guilty as he is, basically, that they're given the chance to turn crown and give evidence. I mean, they should all be locked up together,
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, justice for all the victims and survivors. That's where I stand in that. And if he is guilty for everything that they say he is, then I hope he cooks.
Yeah, no, 100%. And there is a lot of clout chasing, individuals looking for a bag, looking for fame, all of that comes with all these high profile cases. And
it's people like this that are going to actually downplay what he's actually getting accused of doing. All these lies that are out there, so it's going to be, they're actually helping him get off.
Yep.
If that makes sense. We you know, when it eventually comes to it and there is no certain evidence, and they're going to look at all these people that are running about YouTube making up lies, they're going to start going, well, do you know what? They're going to declare it a mistrial. And they're going to let them walk.
Yeah, listen.
If people keep doing that, they're taking the validity away for the people that actually suffered.
Yeah, I keep having a recurring nightmare about Diddy having a Christmas #1 single this year because the whole court case got completely messed up. You know what I'm saying?
No, don't.
Let's hope not.
Because let's be honest, well, put it this way. If this has all been orchestrated to give a glimmer of hope, make all of this public attention on the weirdness of Hollywood, and then it's all proven to be nonsense, what better way of putting a lid on conspiracy than a very public trial that's orchestrated to just shape narrative? I'm not saying that's what it is in the slightest, but you know, we've got airtime to fill, so Ron's got to speak. Let's just check if there's anything else here. Nope, nothing yet. But that's a good point, Bailey. It is.
Here in the U.S., the feds have, I believe it's like a 90% success rate in their cases. So I don't think that they're going to waste their time and resources if they didn't have all their ducks in a row with evidence and testimony and you know, everything lined up to ensure that one way or another they're going to get him on maybe not all charges but most charges.
God damn. And again, it ties into if they have all these tapes, they've seen all these. I mean, could you imagine if everyone's there, right? I mean, where'd you even begin with a case like that? And then what happens to the FBI agent who's in charge of the case? Because I'm pretty sure he's going to have a terrible weekend the first time he, you know, leaves the office and tries to cross a road. Surely.
Right. So see the FBI investigator thing, there's another story behind that. I was looking into something yesterday. I would need to get my facts right before.
Hang on, wait, let me just throw up. Let me throw up. This is all allegedly banner. There we go.
Yes, allegedly. Yeah. No, I wouldn't name anybody. I'm just saying that I was looking into something yesterday, and apparently the person in charge of the case or whatever, or who's in charge of the people in defence, apparently the daughter is on the other side, the prosecutor's side. So it's quite funny how it's, you know, it's weird. But I would need to get my facts right. But I did that. I've seen that yesterday. So.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of weird connections and ties with all this.
I don't think this is going to be the end of people being exposed in the entertainment industry. You know, I mean, we've already seen take place with Epstein and Weinstein. You know, I think this is just another I don't know, another person that they know has connections to help take down other people. You know,
I think there's definitely going to be a change in culture now, the whole hip hop culture. I think people are more informed, you know, that these sort of things go on. I'm not saying it'll take it totally away, but I think people have a more informed decision of where they're going to go, who they're going to sign in, you know, what happens with that, and especially with parents whose like kids are in the entertainment business. I mean, it's a big eye opener for them as well. But then again, I know that some people probably did it for the money as well, and now look at what's happening to the future generation. It's diabolical.
The whole hip hop rap industry has been tainted by this, because whether, you know, I personally grew up on, you know, Tupac and Biggie and all sorts of music, right?
Me too.
And, you know, Diddy was behind it. Now, Diddy didn't put out a lot of singles, you know, and hit albums, but he was involved, you know, in the background of a lot of these artists' songs and hits that were out during that time. And, you know, personally, the times that I've tried listening to that music since this all started a year ago, I listen to it differently with different ears. And I'm like, oh my God, they've been telling us all along what's really been going on. This wasn't just them talking the talk. They were walking the walk too.
Yeah, 100%. But listening to the lyrics, it's quite scary what they were actually trying to tell you. I mean, it does, as you said, it hits home different. I'm a huge Tupac fan as well, so I'm looking forward to the kind of KPD trial next year. And I think in my opinion, it's maybe been put off because all this was coming forward. I think there's actually other evidence in the back of this, the Tupac case as well, and I think that's why it's been postponed to see what's going to happen with this or what the evidence shows up with this case. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be a separate case regarding certain unalivings that potentially, allegedly, Diddy was involved with.
100%.
Sorry, I was just communicating with the boss there. Just give me 1 second. I just want to read out this next update. Cassie Venture. Also, can I just say thank you all very much, the four of you, Bailey. Well, I'm one of the four, but I don't count myself. Stacey, Uber, everyone that's come and joined the show today, Mary Margaret, I'm forgetting people, right? But Sky Spirit, honestly, I can't thank you enough because it allows me to run things a lot smoother behind the scenes in the show. So honestly, it really does help me a lot, right? Cassie Ventura testified about the psychological abuse she experienced with Sean Combs. She said she always had to be working on something and Combs would check in to make sure she was doing so. This included submitting a list of songs and working on a list of songs she was working on to him. A lot of the songs I did didn't actually come out. Okay. A lot of the songs I didn't actually come out, she said, describing the tasks as busy work and just control over what I am doing every minute of the day. Okay, so yeah, by being her manager and telling her to constantly be working on stuff that never came to fruition, you can completely understand that analogy. Ventura is when Ventura ignored Combs, he would call out constantly and sometimes send security agents and trusted assistants to her home. It was part of Combs' security staff's job, Ventura said, to keep an eye on her. That would get real scary real fast.
That made me really
I mentioned that before. He would hunt her down. And that's the ultimate power and control. How do you escape that? And in her young 20s, this was going on?
It's textbook. It's textbook narcissism. And everything there, she says she's put in past tense as well. So there's nothing dodgy about. I can't see anything dodgy about that statement. Well, there's only the direct quotes.
I get what you are saying, but at one point in time, each person that was involved with this gave their permission. They actually agreed to do this stuff. So I get what you're saying. Sometimes it's hard to find your way out with stuff like that. But and honestly, like to the victims and the survivors, my heart goes out to them totally. But people are not totally innocent either.
Oh no! I mean, they willingly jumped into these parties.
Yeah.
But what you've got to think about is, were they expecting the extremes that they witnessed? But even if they weren't, they tended to get involved, didn't they? But that could have been done out of fear or feeling of appeasement. You don't know what's going on psychologically unless they've got the brain cells to tell us. So,
and everybody's different. Everybody's got opinions. Everybody's got their own kind of discernment and stuff like that. But I don't know. I've never been in that kind of position. I've never been victimised or anything like that. So I wouldn't understand. I can only take it from a kind of theory point of view. But there has been different traumas in everybody's lives, and people get triggered in different ways. But for the victimisation stuff that they've been through it, and any survivor, I couldn't imagine. Just honestly,
it's a completely different psychological concept to what most people, fortunately, tend to go through. I mean, extreme narcissists like that, with that sort of controlling and coercive personality, not only are they toxic, but they're more common than what people realise. But
I agree. Mm-hmm.
getting into that mindset of having to be the appeaser, that's a combination of low self-esteem, normally other neurological issues going on. So it's going to be difficult for anybody to put themselves in that mindset unless they've actually been there, mate. So I wouldn't give yourself too much grief about that.
Yeah.
We can only imagine what it's like.
Exactly. Yeah.
Isn't there two sides to the coin of narcissism, where narcissists essentially need that constant validation and praise because of their own low self-esteem?
Yeah, there's different types of narcissism.
Yeah.
So many different types. I mean, the word narcissism comes from the name Narcissus from Greek mythology. Fell in love with his own reflection in the puddle. And Freud was completely obsessed with Greek mythology and sex. Thought we all wanted to sleep with our mothers and died a raging morphine addict. So I think it's fair to say he had some issues of his own. But I know Jung, Carl Jung said there's two types of personality. There's introvert or extrovert, which I agree on. But when you're dealing with narcissism, and I haven't got qualified yet. I've got another 6 years to go on my degree. But narcissism can come in so many forms. And there's different behaviors for different types of narcissism. We all have narcissistic traits, every single human being. But there's a difference between having narcissistic traits and being a narcissist. And Scott Rouse always tells us that all psychopaths are narcissists, but not all.
I was going to ask you about psychopaths. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all narcissists. All psychopaths are narcissists, but not all narcissists are psychopaths. Scott Rouse will tell us that over and over again.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
if you know you're dealing with a narcissist, and it's quite an extreme or malignant narcissist, then there's a very high possibility that he could be borderline psychopathic at the very least.
Right. And they brought up the potential defense of mentioning that Diddy may have bipolar issues. So it's interesting that we're talking about this, and that may be part of the defense's argument. However,
I haven't seen any behavior that indicates bipolar.
Yeah, I haven't either. But I do think it's more, psychopathic, narcissistic tendencies.
I just think it's a ruse. I think it's a ruse for his defense. But yeah, there's nothing there to indicate bipolar behavior. A bipolar go from one end of the spectrum to the other in seconds in their behavior. And I haven't seen him do that.
Although his violence, they may say that to justify the violent behavior. How possibly, one minute he could be charming, and then the next minute he's throwing chairs against the wall because he didn't get what he wanted.
Well be. It could well be. They'll try anything to get out of shit. I've done the same.
Yeah.
I can't really say anything. But at the same time, I've seen police officers take the stand and lie through their teeth. So I've seen from one end of the spectrum to the other in court cases.
I don't know who this is right now on the screen. There's on the live stream.
I don't know either.
There's a lady that's using a walker, and that's very
well. They've got all the cameras.
Yeah,
on
that's
so
very
she
interesting.
must be fairly important.
She's got knackered. She's got gammy foot.
Listen, guys, it's been a pleasure. I need to go and parent, so it's been lovely talking to you. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, no problem, Bailey. Mary J.
Bailey.
Blige. Mary J. Blige. Okay, thank you.
Take care.
I imagine we would have heard that being said if we had played the actual sound there. Yeah, thank you, Bailey.
It's suspected that woman is potentially Baby Love's mother. Diddy's youngest child.
That's what I was just. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I wondered if it was.
She's got another court case going on too against Mary J. Blige.
Baldy's back at 8:00, mate, with Lionel picking up all the Diddy news headlines and as it's happening, reporting all on that at 8:00 this evening. We are touching on 3.5 hours here. We'll probably keep it going to around about the 4-hour mark, I would imagine. And Ron will be better prepared for these longer streams. I'll tell you that right now. For the rest of the week. Now, let me just go back to these updates.
Oh, we have another update.
Yeah. Cassie Ventura is recalling her time in LA with Sean Combs. She said she'd moved there because Sean Combs wanted to be closer to his kids, some of whom were living in California at the time. I wasn't ready to be out of New York, Ventura said, but she followed him because I was in love and I wanted to be near him. Before that, Ventura described being gifted a New York City apartment by Combs. He paid the rent and lived nearby. Ventura said Combs also paid for some of her apartments in LA, had his own key, and would enter whenever he wanted. Now, isolation and control, again, it's a lot more glamorous when the isolation and control is a fancy apartment in LA or New York than traditional isolation, if you know what I mean. A lot of times when we hear about these sort of abusers or alleged abusers, sorry, in cases like this where they have these huge budgets, that is often a shield, you know, for what is 100% control and isolation. But when it has the glimmer and the glamour of it being this apartment and all of that, so many people in her life will have misjudged what was happening there, including herself at the start, I'm sure. What's your
The
take?
same way a lot of people were trying to help her get out. You know, there were a lot of people that were telling her she needs to get away from him.
Inner City Press. I've got Inner City Press up here, actually. One moment, please.
Uno momento, por favor.
Yep, 13 hours, 18 hours. Hang on. I don't know where he's updating his posts. I'll find it. Ron's still learning. All right, we're getting there with this. Okay. We're getting there. We know what we're doing. Do you all have subtitles? Oh, yeah, Billy, there was a couple people asking for subtitles for you. It was funny. So, yeah, please smash the like. That'd be great. Please like and share it as well. All right. Now, I just want to say to anyone else who wants to come and join us, if you join the Discord, join the room with Casabear, the join to be on the show room. I will drag you into the live room and you can come and have your say. Don't be shy, whether you're for or against the diddler. Let us know your thoughts. 100%. We want to hear from both sides of the camp and opinion. Oh, another update here, people. Cassie Ventura is recalling her time in LA with Sean Combs. She said she moved there because Sean Combs... Oh, wait, we've already done that. We've already done this one. I'm just imagining that's... Yeah, okay. No, I'm imagining it. That's fine. I mean, you can see the tactics that are being used. And again, when you glamour it up, it can be as a shield. But the reading it all back, it's like when the Savile case broke and you read back things he'd said and done or his actions, you can see what is happening in retrospect, right?
Oh yeah, the control over every aspect of her life is very evident.
Oh,
you know, he also controlled her health care, you know, and but this woman, you know, had no say in her life for 11 years while she was with him.
But
and
just to go one step further as well.
It's just
you know, you mentioned the healthcare there. Because she's an artist and signed him a 10-album deal. Like, do you know how mad that is? Like, different day and age now. It's a different day and age now. There ain't no 10-album deals getting thrown about now. A 10-album deal.
2 and 3 top normally.
And she didn't put out one.
Right?
After signing that deal.
So if you've been there for 4 years and not put out one, right? What does that tell you about how long you are going to be signed to this individual if you've got 10 to put out? Do you see what I'm saying? bonkers.
That could be another form of control, though, knowing that she's never going to get
It's-
10 albums out.
It's. Do you know what it is?
Right.
It's
And to keep her from going to another company.
It's
Yeah, and he's got
sleazy
the contract
business.
on her, innit?
It's sleazy business practice. Because if you're a 19-year-old wanting to make it big and you want one album and someone offers you 10, you're going to be like, hell yeah,
Yeah,
10, baby,
that's exactly
let's
what
go.
happens.
And then you realize,
You know what I think?
What-
I think that payout that she got from the civil case, the settlement that Diddy paid her, essentially probably makes up for the money lost on that 10 album deal.
Yeah, probably.
I honestly, I don't even think it comes close.
Well,
we don't know,
nowadays because we
it
never
might not
saw
come close.
we
Well,
never
it's
saw
not come close
Cassie's
now.
full potential.
Right? Oh no, 100%, 100%.
And the thing is, the 10 album thing is just way out there. You know, and Ron, you're right. She's probably signed up thinking, yeah, I've got a deal for 10 albums. All the money's coming in.
And don't get me wrong, if you're slapping out an album a year, that's a great deal.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great deal. You're going to leave your contract when you're 29? 10 albums deep? Brilliant.
Back when Cassie got signed, I think it was during the time before artists actually were given the recognition they deserve. So they get more rights to do with their masters, to do with signing. They don't sign for that many albums now. They've got a lot more rights, the artists nowadays, than what they used to.
Well, yes and no, right? Sleazy contracts are still sleazy contracts. But I think what we have now is more options for independence for people. You know, I've talked about this countless times. There's a guy on YouTube called Tom McDonald. Every time he releases a YouTube video, he gets a Billboard #1 in America. He's got no manager, no record deal, nothing. He's completely. It's him, his missus, his mum, his dad, and his sister and her husband. That's it. And he's the biggest independent artist in the world. You know, like imagine releasing a song on YouTube and it being played that many times that you get a Billboard #1. Sometimes several Billboard #1s. So it's about the options.
I would probably get arrested for making people ill if I release an album.
The world does not need another Roy Chubby Brown. Okay, bro.
No, they really don't.
They really don't.
Especially not a disabled one wearing glasses with one arm.
I don't know. I feel like I want to see that now, if I'm being honest with you. Just saying.
I'll go on X Factor just for you, Ron.
Mate, we should both go on X Factor.
Britain's got no talent.
We should definitely do that.
Oh, don't dare me, mate. Never dare a fool.
Oh, sure. Okay, because there's nothing that Ron likes less than knowledge on how to manipulate a situation, you know? Okay, now I'm just going to post this Discord link. Now, again, tomorrow, I just want to say to everybody, right? I'll be better prepared for 4 to 6 hour long streams tomorrow. Because Ron should have made a packed lunch. Right now, we're still waiting on some new updates, but this has been unreal. I mean, this is going to go on for hours, and
until 5 o'clock.
Yeah,
US time.
So that's 10 o'clock. So we're still got about 4.5 hours in of this.
They should be making a lunch break soon.
Yeah,
and they can't be far off lunch break now, can they?
Well,
yeah, it's 12:30 right now here.
Yeah, but they started late, the little rascals. Do you know what I'm saying? If it starts at 9, why are you walking in at 9? Like, why are you walking in at 9? Why are you doing that? Do you know what I'm saying? Right, Ron needs to get a drink. So I'm going to leave you in the safe hands of Stacey and Uber. Okay, don't do anything I'm going to regret, Stacey and Uber. I'll be back in about 4 minutes.
No problem. Well, there's another update that just got uploaded to Washington Post. It says Cassie described recording hundreds of songs over the span of her relationship with Combs, enough to comprise 9 albums for her 10-album record deal with Combs' label Bad Boy. None of the songs were released, Ventura said. She received no compensation for her work, and her career stalled. When she was asked about why she didn't release another album, she inhaled deeply and gave a small Smile, she said, "You're asking me?" Combs controlled the releases, she said, and added that the majority of her time with Combs was spent at parties or in a recovery from them. The freak-offs became a job, she said. There was no space to do anything else. Wow. So essentially, he had her recording music with no intention of doing anything with it. I mean, how do you, what a waste of time just to focus on partying more than actually doing something for her career.
Yeah. Compromise 9 hours for 10 hours.
I mean, the statement of the freak-offs became a job. There was no space to do anything else. I mean, that, I know it was mentioned yesterday in court that the frequency was about twice a week. So imagine, you know, if that were happening and sometimes they were up to 10 hours, imagine the recovery time from that kind of situation.
Yeah,
you know,
100%.
especially if drugs are involved.
Some things that really concern me, that's all. It's just stuff in her language that I'm picking up. It's just what she's doing, by the look of it, is she's mixing truth with fiction. Which is
You think so?
100%. I know so.
What do you think the fictional part is?
When she's talking, using like, kind of, that's likely made up. There's a few little things that just tell me that it's likely not truthful, not entirely truthful.
Well, she didn't use those words in this recent statement that just got posted.
Well, not this one, no, but I'm just adding them all up here. I mean, this little gave a small smile, you're asking me. I mean, that's just, that's not the look you want if you're a victim. Because it's argumentative. And
that's true.
It's argumentative and it's rude. It's you're answering a question with a question, which is another huge red flag for statement analysis. But to smile and say you're asking me in a question like that shows nonchalance. It shows that she doesn't feel like she's under threat because she's coming out with quips like that. If I was looking at a victim that was afraid to be given evidence and felt under threat, I wouldn't be expecting little jibes like that from her. I'd be expecting a very meek, mild, and respectful person. So her words are telling me that she's completely different to what she's trying to make out. I'm not saying that she's lying the whole way through, because she's definitely not. There are definitely truthful stuff in there, but there are also some quite concerning little porky pies.
Well, she's painting a picture of her experience, mainly being that her job was to essentially do these freak-offs, and that's why he kept her around for so long.
I can see that.
To give his sexual appetite, gratification.
I mean, look, you're a female, okay? Imagine, put yourself in her position. You're in court testifying against the person that beat you half to death. Are you going to come out with little sarcastic quips like that? With a smile on your face?
I'll be honest with you. I would be shaking. I would not be able to keep my composure.
There you go. But she has enough composure to come back with a little quip.
But at the same rate, this was years ago.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. She's in court now, and she's coming out with a little smile and a little, you're asking me, kind of cheek. That's not what you expect from a victim who's testifying and who is afraid.
No, but maybe she said it in anger. See, we don't know the tone of voice that she's using.
No, we don't. We don't.
Or the facial expressions. But it makes it hard. Like, we can read it and perceive it in one way, but what's actually happening in the courtroom with facial expressions and the tone is a whole different thing that we just don't know.
Totally. But in statement analysis, we're not taught to read into words or or translate them. We're taught to read them and believe them. And I'm going by her words alone. I mean, answering a question with a question is an automatic red flag in statement analysis anyway.
Yeah, no, I
she's
get that.
Answering a question with a question in the context where she's given evidence against a man she is supposed to be very afraid of. Yet she's not afraid to give out a little smile and answer a question with a cheeky little quip like that. That's
I give her major credit.
If I saw that, I give her credit. Don't get me wrong. She's done it, and we know what he did because we've seen the CCTV.
Yeah.
So we know that she's not telling completely porky pies. And all power to her, respect to her for doing this. But don't try and tell me you're frightened for your life and you're afraid of giving evidence when you're coming out with smiles and little cheeky quips like that, because it doesn't fit the narrative.
You think maybe she's triggered by having to look at him, and that's why, she may have said, "You're asking me," in that kind of tone.
That's entirely.
And looking at him like,
Yeah. Yeah, I can just imagine how that went down.
Yeah.
But it's still
I think that's probably how it went down.
I wouldn't expect to see from a frightened witness.
Although if she were to say, well, that was all his doing, it was out of my control, and, imply that.
In the question, yeah.
They, and the defense could say, well, that's hearsay and object to it.
Possibly, yeah. But she's still answering the question with an answer rather than another question. It's just, it's fair play to her, respect to her for doing this. It needed to be done. People like him need to be locked up. But at the same time, I'm not gonna swallow that she's a frightened victim that's who's scared to give evidence when she's coming out with all quips, cheeky little answers.
Is Uber going in hardcore here? What's happened in the last 10 minutes?
There was an update that I read to everyone. Essentially, they're still talking to Cassie, and she was basically stating that she recorded hundreds of songs and could have put out 9 albums with all the songs she recorded, but nothing ever happened with them. They never got released. She never got compensated, and her career just basically flatlined. And she was asked, why not? And her response was, "You're asking me." Or I think it was more along the lines of, "You're asking me?" Yeah. And probably looking at Combs like, that's the reason why, him. But anyway, she said, the freak-offs became a job. There was no space to do anything else. Mm. And so we're discussing, the language that she used. And, he was pointing out that, answering a question with a question is, questionable in itself.
Yep. I'm just waiting on. I can see Marilyn. Marilyn, I'm going to bring you in just 2 minutes. I just want to say, everybody, tomorrow, I think what I'm going to do is set up the show. So we start about 1:30 like we did today, around about that time. And then I'll take you guys probably up to 5 or 6 o'clock. Then I think I'll bring in other panel members. I think that's a great way to do it. Obviously, we'll have Discord here all day. But it'd be good to get some other points of view in as well. And I really want to keep this going from 1:30 till 8, covering this each day. And do it in a way that doesn't make us all want to bang our heads off the wall. Okay, so Marilyn, I'm going to drag you in. Marilyn, are you there? Thank you for joining us.
Oh,
you're live on the Sean Atwood channel. Marilyn, are you there?
I'm there. How are you?
I'm very well, Marilyn. How are you?
I'm fabulous, thank you.
That is freaking awesome. So, what's your take on all this?
Yeah, my take on all this is I think it's going to get even more interesting, because at the moment, Cassie is being allowed just to speak and she's answering the questions. But I actually think the other side are going to be coming to do a bit of a hatchet job on her. Because I've already seen the talk of saying about, strong, independent woman, etc., etc. But I think that's a setup for a takedown. Because when you say that somebody is strong and independent and da-da-da-da-da, the question then becomes, well, if you're that strong and independent, why were you still there? Why did you not leave? So I'm kind of watching it, the bits we're getting, I'm listening to it and going, do you know what? I think they're setting her up for using that as part of the reason why she didn't leave. And I've been reading the comments in other people's threads, like Fox News, sorry, maybe shouldn't say the channel, but other channels. And there are a lot of people in those threads saying, well, if it was that bad, why didn't she just leave? And I'm guessing those will be written by people who have never truly found themselves at the clutches of a narcissist or in a traumatic relationship, because it's really never that black and white. But you had a speaker on earlier, it might have been Uber, who was talking about using the words like and just. And that was really fascinating to hear his take on that, because I'm from South London, and people be like, you know what it's like, like just, and it was part of the lingo, but I know he did say it's in context. In terms of how you use it. But yeah, it's been really fascinating so far. I have to be honest, the nosy part of my brain would love to actually see some of this testimony, because there's a lot that you get from body language as well. So we're missing that side of the equation. But based on what's been said, it's like, okay, early days, we're just kind of ramping up. But I think they're going to come and say, she was a strong woman, she should have just left, and therefore let's wipe this from the records. But we'll see how it goes.
100%.
I can talk from experience about the strong, independent woman, because I've been called the same. But that didn't come immediately when I became a legal adult. That came over time and experience of things that I overcame in my life. That made me become stronger through those experiences. And I think that strong, independent woman that we see now is not the same person that she was at 19 years old. At 19, you're not in that. You don't have those experiences yet to become strong and independent.
No, you are. Her at 19 there's no comparison. There's no, why didn't she leave? You have to be very simple in the mind to say to yourself, why didn't she just leave? Where? The New York apartment that she's been isolated in and cut off from her friends and family, with 10 album deal to facilitate, writing songs each day, with a man who controls her money, her royalties, everything. And did I forget
whenever he wanted?
Did I forget to mention the security teams whose job it is to keep an eye on you? Like, you've got to understand, if this was a 19-year-old at college with a narcissistic boyfriend who has a repeating pattern of going back, sure, we're talking about a 19-year-old whose entire world centered around this individual. Then put all that aside. Let's just look at human nature. The fact that she is the one who's been chosen. She's been singled out. She has all of this, air of, he's making me feel this. He's making me feel so special. And we've got to keep in mind as well, this is a young girl. This is her first, as she says, proper relationship. This is as far from a proper relationship as you can get. There's no pre-instilled warning signs. There's no pre-installed, learning process or learning curve that she's gone through in her life. 19 years old. And as soon as you become legally able to drink and your manager can drag you around places and it's no longer an issue, boom, slaps it on her.
And I'm sure he was gaslighting her and love bombing her to keep to make up for those terrible traumatic times.
You tell me any other terminology, because I think that's all he did.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all he did. And other probably horrible instructions during freak-offs, But other than that, love bombing and gaslighting, I would imagine, are the bread and butter of conversational skill sets for this individual. And
textbook narcissist behavior.
I'm
sure she was probably, walking the line between good enough to stay, bad enough to leave.
Give me 1 second. I just need to play a message from the boss to myself. Give me 1 sec.
You're fired. Yeah, we couldn't fire wrong. We love it.
By the way, the court and jury are taking a break for lunch. So we have about an hour before they're back.
And for those in the United States, is the reason that it's not being televised because of the nature of the offences, the crimes, or is there another reason why in this case? Because I'm thinking of the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, for example, where there was a play-by-play account even here in the UK. So I'm just really curious, what's the reasoning behind this? Is it the privacy of the victims?
Federal court in the United States is not televised. They're very old school. They don't even allow, any audio recordings either in court. So essentially the press that's in there, all they're allowed to do is, take a pen and paper with notes. And there are a select number who are allowed to have their phones in there to basically live update.
I know a guy, and I'm not going to name any names, but I know a guy during the Epstein trial who had one of his friends go to the courtroom, okay? And then he phoned him, and then on his podcast was live broadcasting the Epstein court case from the courtroom. And during the trial, the judge asked him to stop during his own live stream. Was like, can you please refrain from broadcast? I'm not going to name any names. I'm not going to name any names at all. Might work for the guy. Who knows? But I'm just saying, it's amazing how the information can be guerrilla warfared out of these things. But it's clamped down on rapid, real fast.
Yeah, Johnny Depp and the Amber Heard case was civil, so that's why it was allowed to be televised.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. That makes perfect sense.
Can we not, though, like, honestly, America, like, can we not change this? Because this would be great telly. Like, think about it. Imagine if this was pay-per-view, right? Your national debt would be done. Like, if we had to pay £99 to watch this whole trial, your debt to China is paid. Dunzo. Do you know what I'm saying? That's a great idea.
Take it up with the feds.
Yeah, I will.
Good luck.
Also, can I just say, America, right? See, when you're televising, you know this is going to be televised, and you want to project a strong, secure impression of your legal system, and you have literally, and no offense to these dudes, I'm sure they're really nice guys, but if I was watching this right now and I was like the Joker, right? I'm not worried about this place. Okay.
No, not
like just hire a couple of big, bald, 6'5", like meat monsters to stand there and look the part. You even put the big USA flag on them. Go full patriot with them. You know what I'm saying? Full patriot. Right, I'm going to check for updates now.
We've got a guy that
it's
if
lunch.
he fell over could rock himself to sleep, getting back up.
Oh no! Listen. I don't know what your problem is with the huskier people of this nation. Okay, are you one of these high metabolism people that have been told that they're too skinny their whole life, and no matter what they eat, they can't put on weight?
No, I'm piling the weight on now, mate.
Well, join me in the dark side, Hooper. You soon will have no chairs. No, they're crap chairs, man. They're crap chairs. I'm not taking this. Trust me. I'm not having it. But yeah, breaking one in half and getting stuck under the desk with it, that was an eye-opening moment. I'm lying there and I'm like, the only thing that's separating me from dying alone in my house right now is the fact that I'm not a pensioner. How many pensioners have broken chairs in half, been pinned under a desk, and that's the end of their days now? Bye-bye, pensioner. All right, this guy's a bit better. This guy's got a bit more of a security vibe going on here, the wee guy. Right? You know he was just bullied throughout high school. Right?
Yeah.
Bullied throughout high school by all the jocks. And he was like, I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you real good.
I'm going to become a copper and stand outside the courthouse.
Why has he got arguably 6 magazines for a fully automatic weapon? Like,
because he's trigger happy.
But where's the weapon?
That's a really good point.
The weapon's not there to reload.
For a sidearm. What are they? Are they 9mm mags or?
No. Those are the sort of things you would put in like one of those M4s, right? Like one of the.
Yeah, but he hasn't got mags in them. They're just magazine pouches.
No, that is the mag there. That where my cursor is, that line that gets whiter is the bottom part.
Can you make it any bigger?
Nah, because it's
I can't see YouTube. All I'm seeing is pouches. I can't see mags in them.
Yeah, trust me, they're there, man. Right, just trust me, okay? Just trust me.
That's a bit silly, having all those magazines and no weapon to put them in.
Right? Well, I mean, it's a bit of a flex. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, it's like being a fighter pilot and not having an aircraft to fly.
Well, he's got a couple.
And how
He's
does
got
that
his
work?
little pew pew. He's got his little pew pew. He's got his sidearm. Okay.
Which
I'll
would be
come with
9
you.
mil.
Oh, people watch. Also,
Address something.
just in case you guys have just tuned in and are wondering why we are narrating the security team, the court is currently adjourned for lunch. It's adjourned for lunch. So that's what's happening right now. So until Ron gets a better system for all your guys' entertainment, this is what we're doing right now. But somebody, I think it was either Marilyn or Stacey, was probably about to say something far more educated than what I'm saying right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at a comment from Kelly Dragonborn about the Luigi Mangione hearings. Luigi is facing both the state and federal court charges, so that's why his hearings have been televised, because of the state being involved in one half of his case. When they do the federal portion, we won't see that.
You're
We won't
really
see that on
knowledgeable.
TV.
You're really knowledgeable in all this, Stacey. Thank you so much for giving up your time to be here and do my job for me. Honestly, really.
I watched a lot of America's Most Wanted and Cops and
Oh my God.
criminal TV shows growing up.
Right. So Cops, right? I'm sorry. How good is Cops? I'm telling you, no matter. I can. That's the one thing that I think I have binge watched most in my life. Close second, American Office, but Cops. Oh, it's so good. Like, we don't have meth heads here. We don't have meth heads. Like, seeing a dude get 7 tasers put into him and him just turn into the Hulk is like fascinating for me to watch. Terrifying for you as a population. I understand that. But for me, wow. I mean, just get a net gun. At that point, just use a net gun. Like, why are you tasing him? Just net gun him and then scoop him up. Like, so yeah, anyway, I side quest again.
That and I have some friends that are in law, so I get some of my knowledge from that. But I'll tell you, watching those shows as a kid, my mom had me watching it, and I thought, it was because she enjoyed watching it, and it probably was, but also it made me way more aware of my surroundings. A little traumatizing, because I was probably like 7 watching that with unsolved mysteries and stuff.
Oh, okay, listen. Yin yang. I know what you're saying. There's plenty of that in Edinburgh. Not even close to America and Australia, right? Like, if you go into the deep-rooted, seedy parts of the city, sure. But I mean, it's not. We don't have the zombification as widespread. If I'm being honest, it's really not as bad. It really isn't. I mean, it's bad, but it's not like Australia or America bad. Honestly, I don't get how people have survived in Australia. It's just too hot, mate. Just too hot. We'll be hearing from one of our resident Australians very, very soon, who's over in the UK right now.
Every single creature in Australia wants to kill you.
Yep.
I mean, you can get killed on your toilet, and Oscar Pistorius is nowhere in sight.
Nah, listen, all I'm saying is, why do we have to coexist with a spider that's the size of my pinky nail and can kill me in one bite? Why? What are they propping up in nature that they have to exist? I'm being serious.
Why do spiders have to exist, period?
Get rid of the flies.
Nah. Some spiders are cool, but all I'm saying is
sharks have to exist.
No. Listen, this isn't the podcast, guys. It was just a one-time question. This is what happens when we don't see. Tomorrow I'll have caffeine and we'll be fine. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, Ron overslept and then came into this fairly lacklustered, and it's going to be something that I want to expand on. But look, I think 4 hours
meant to be covering Lily and Jack for 6 days.
Listen, man. Listen. We'll get there. But look, I think 4 hours and then being on lunch is a good time for us to end the show. Sean is back at 8 o'clock in 2 hours' time. And yeah. And I think it's a good time because Ron's brain is smashed to pieces. He needs to go and eat and get caffeine.
Get some caffeine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. Now, it may be the case that tomorrow we get into the habit of doing Ron's show up until the lunch break. And then after the lunch break, we do a set of 1 hour shows taking you up to the 8 o'clock main interviews with the man himself. And yeah, we'll figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Zara's on next. Hang on. Oh, yeah, Zara's on next. Okay, well, I'll just keep going until Zara starts then. And we'll forward us. We should be forward. Is Zara? Oh, I assume she's coming on, right? She will be. It's on the schedule. Well spotted, mate. Just give Ronald one moment.
Zara has been really fascinating to listen to, so I look forward to that.
Marilyn, I'm about to get you guys to do my job for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop out of this live and go and make sure Zara's okay in her live, and then I'll come back to this live. So don't ruin it for everyone and do anything crazy. All right, Uber, you're in charge, okay?
Leave me in charge.
Yeah, you're in
mate.
charge, mate. You're in charge.
It's a big mistake.
Then nobody can hear you. I've just realized. So I need to cut back to the live stream, do this, then mute. No. What do I do? How do we do this? Right, hang on a second. Let me just go and jump in here. Uber, just keep talking.
Well, once upon a time.
No.
I don't know what it's saying, mate. I mean, I'm really intrigued about this. We'd like to see how many hundreds of years he gets.
Hang on a second. Yo, Zara, I'm just making sure you're okay, and you're about to start your live. I'm just making sure you're okay, and I'm going back to my live now. But you look fabulous. The camera looks way better. I don't know what you've done, but it looks way better. You're coming through in the action. Light. That's pretty. Yeah, honestly, it's coming through real good. Do you need to add people to your stage, or do you know how to do that? That's fine. So there's everyone that's backstage for you guys. I'll drop out. I'll come back in and check on you when I end my live. But if you start your live, I can end my live, and I'll speak to you shortly. All right. So that is how we roll on the Sean Atwood channel.
We do know what we're doing, honest.
No, we definitely know what we're doing. But this is see what we need. So if I had a co-host, the co-host would have taken over there, and I would have been able to drop out, and then Discord would have dropped out, but you still would have had a co-host, if that makes sense. So yeah. it's luckily my nerd brain was like, hey, if you
I did wonder when you said you were leaving. I'm thinking, surely you've got all the controls on your Discord. So
yeah, hang on a second, everybody.
I feel like we should have Jeopardy music playing in the background.
Yeah.
There is no music for you.
Family Fortunes.
All right.
Did you ever watch Family Fortunes? Did you see the one where the question was name a bird with a long neck?
I'm sorry. What have we devolved? What have we descended
you
into?
You just said talk, so I thought I'd take up the silence.
Yeah, listen. Just give me a second. So we're just waiting on Zara starting her live stream, and Zara, of course, is the daughter of Bob Marley, and she is going into protecting kids from sadism, how to keep your kids safe, identifying these monsters. And of course, Zara has a very special connection, sadly, to horrific encounters of child transportation, child abuse, witnessing horrific acts that took place even to Diddy. And if you've never seen any of Zara's shows or her guests or what she stands for, stick around because she is incredible. And she's going to take you guys right up to Lionel Nation and Sean Atwood at 8 o'clock tonight. You know, Lionel is one of these incredible human beings who's blessed with intelligence, but also comedy genius, and he is a very, very funny man. So make sure you guys stick around for that as well, right the way up to probably 10 o'clock. If you guys have got nothing planned this evening, that's probably how long you can hang around and absorb this content. Now, of course, I want to thank you all. I got a second. Sorry about that. Dun, 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 dun. All right. So make sure you guys stick around for that. And does Zara know how to start our live stream? Hang on a second. Everyone just stay here. Zara's wonderful lady, but technology is not her forte. Right, hang on.
I know that feeling. And I can build.
All right. Yo, so are you ready? Are you okay? Do you know how to go live? Do you need some help? Are you okay? Yeah, I'll make it go live for you if you want, and then she could be. I don't know. It's not my show. This is your show. You'll hear a little beep, and she'll come in at the bottom. But Bev should be able to bring herself in. Oh, hang on a minute. Where's your background? There's your. Let me get rid of this. Let me put that, and then we need a new logo for you. Right, look, can I start your live so I can end my live? Is that okay? Okay, here we go. Yeah, do it. All right. Hopefully now we should be good. This is honestly, this is why I need a co-host. Do you know what I'm saying? I apologize for you all having to listen to this. Not that any of you matter. It's okay. It's the realness. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, we get a bit of behind the scenes action. That's what it's all about.
I was thinking that.
Oh yeah, it's as rock and roll as you can imagine. Oh wait, do you know what I think has happened? I think Zara's pushed the blue button, but hasn't realized you then need to subsequently push the second blue button. Let's go and have a look. I'll be your co-host. Kaza, I would love that. Oh no, they are live. They're good. Okay, they're live. Okay. So they're okay. Yes. All right, JR. Hold that thought. I will see you all tomorrow. Stacy, Marilyn, Sky Spirit, freaking lady whose name begins with the M, whose name is on Discord. 1 second. Margaret. I fly in tomorrow. That's awesome. Right. See you all tomorrow. Ron does not ignore you, Monica. Monica, I don't accept apologies. Only job interviews. Okay, nice. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Ron.
You are very welcome.
Bye. See you all.
Bye.
But also, Marilyn, you sound like somebody who should work on the telly. You sound like this morning's cutting to like a special report somewhere, and Marilyn is giving the special report. You've got one of those voices. Okay, bye-bye.